watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Could it be any more perfect? Is it possible for this story to have written itself any better? After reaching the pinnacle of baseball 26 times in the most storied coliseum in the history of modern sport, the New York Yankees moved across the street. It was a difficult beginning at the new house, but as the seasons changed, so did the Yankees' fortunes.
That one's drilled deep to left field. See ya! A walk-off two-run home run for Alex Rodriguez. And the 2-0. There it is. For 72 years, Lou Gehrig has been the Yankees' all-time hits leader. Now, it's Derek Jeter.
It was on the blank canvas of the new house that the Yankees painted their 27th masterpiece. With each stunning moment of success, players and fans alike watched in awe as each out counted down to the end.
The Yankees are back on top. World champions for the 27th time.
It was this moment that the house became a home. Today, a championship tradition carries over from across the street and will be with you every step of the way next on Yes. It is the newest banner to adorn the stadium, signifying the 27th World Championship won by the Yankees. What better way to get things going than with the raising of the banner, the championship rings, and baseball as we get set for the Angels against the Yankees, the 2010 season home opener here at Yankee Stadium. And great to have you with us. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry with you on the Tri-State Ford pregame. Now, very interesting, the atmosphere. Game 7 of the season. Doesn't feel that way, though. Every time it's a home opener, Jack, especially at Yankee Stadium, it's something different. It's electric, almost like a Game 1 of the World Series feel.
It really is, Bob. When you look at an opening day, I think you go back to Little League, high school, college. Everyone is excited about opening day. You make it opening day at Yankee Stadium, I'm going to go to something that Derek Jeter just said a few minutes ago. This is his 15th season, and he said for him, the season doesn't start until he plays his first game at Yankee Stadium.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you probably covered all 15 of those opening days here. What kind of memories stand out to you?
I'm going to go back to Jeter's first game, Bob, in 1996, because what stands out for me was Andy Pettitte on the mound pitching in the snow. I just remember that day, and it wasn't a misty snow, it was a blinding snow. And these guys were out there on the field in those torturous conditions. And what also stood out for me was the home plate umpire, Darryl Cousins, that day. Bob, he decided that it was okay, there he is, to go with a short-sleeve shirt. We had Santa Claus at the ballpark. As much fun as that was, I'm liking the conditions today a little bit better.
Is he a former offensive lineman? Could you verify that? They love those short-sleeve shirts when it's snowing. We can report, by the way, we do see dirt underneath us. We see grass behind us. Gray skies. We'll talk about the weather in just a little bit. We also got to talk about baseball. There is a game to be played later today, despite all the celebration and pageantry going on. And the Yankees are off to a 4-2 start, and they got that through the gauntlet of Boston and Tampa Bay. So that's a very good start for this team coming home.
It really is, Bob. When you look at their early season schedule, they play a lot of good teams, and they play a lot of teams on the road. And to start out 4-2 with the two teams that I think they're going to be fighting with all year, I think the Yankees and the Rays and the Red Sox are the three best teams in the American League. They might be three of the four best teams in baseball. I think if you're Joe Girardi, especially, Bob, losing the first game in both of those series and bouncing back to take 2 out of 3, it's the perfect kind of start you want to take into this home opener.
Well, there is a collective calm we saw in those final 2 games of each of those series so far in this team. Now, one thing that was a bit of a storm at the start of last year was the barrage of home runs here hit out to right field, and everybody wondered, was it a jet stream? Was it the new stadium? How do you think the stadium's going to play now?
It was a big topic of discussion yesterday, Bob, during the workout, and no one has the answer. I don't think any of us can figure that out, but Joe Girardi, CC Sabathia, Andy Pettitte, they all talked about it, and what everyone is wondering, Bob, is the fact that the old stadium, the top of it is not there anymore. People are wondering if that will affect the jet stream, if that will affect the wind, if something will change. But last year in April, this park was on pace to have over 300 homers hit here. We saw as the year wore on, that number was a lot lower.
All right, now let's take a look at today's starting pitching matchup, and it's a good one. As we mentioned, Andy Pettitte, we've talked about him making his 4th home opening start. He's won his previous 3, and he'll go against the Angels right-hander Irvin Santana, who lost his first start of the season, was 8-8 last year. But let's dig a little deeper into Andy Pettitte, and he was the last guy to start here in Game 6 of the World Series. Now he's getting the ball again.
I tell you what, Bob, the thing about Pettitte, he's almost like that soft recliner that you have in your living room. He's always around. He's always there for big games. We saw the graphic earlier where he had the 3 clinching games in the postseason. He is the guy who finished it up here, as you said. He's starting it out now. And what I look at, Bob, is he talked about how he savors these moments more now. He's had such a great career that he knows it's kind of winding down. He's not ready to say that this is his final year, although it could be. So he is savoring these moments even more. And what I found interesting, Bob, is sometimes you wonder what is going on in a guy's head. And Pettitte admitted that for big games, he calls upon games that he's pitched in the past. And he brought up the game in '96, the World Series, John Smoltz, where he beat the Braves 1-0. So maybe he'll be thinking about that out there today during a tight spot.
Well, this is what he did in winning in 5 postseason starts. He won all 3 clinching games. Now, let's talk about this because you talked to him in spring training, and I just want to underscore this point. How do you think he views this start? Because when he talked to you then, kind of indicated that maybe the end of the road is near.
I think the word to use, Bob, is definitely savor, because I think he doesn't know. I think if you had a look ahead, I think there's a good chance this might be it for Andy Pettitte. So I think every little moment that he experiences this year, I think it's a little more important. He's got a little bit of a dicey thing in front of him because he wants to concentrate on the game, but there's a big ceremony that's coming up. And Pettitte said yesterday, I want to get into my game mode. He's got to worry about the game. He's got to worry about getting that ring, too.
I think Kim Jones is busy doing a little recon, finding out if he gets the ring first, then goes out to the bullpen or has to run in from the bullpen. We'll get a little more in-depth on that. But as for Andy, should we be surprised at all the way he sort of harnesses his emotions in big games like this, given everything we've seen?
Not at all, Bob. I think from the early stages, this was a guy who came through in big situations. When runners are on base, to me, he's always been a better pitcher. Joe Girardi also talked about how he's evolved as a pitcher. This is a guy, Bob, who didn't throw a changeup beginning in his career. He throws changeup now. He always had the cut fastball, but now he sinks the ball more. He's definitely more of a leader, and he's embraced that role, too. I think he takes that role even more seriously this year with a new addition like Javi Vasquez and a young kid like Phil Hughes in the rotation.
But as we indicated, veterans like Pettitte, the young guys, they all love the opening day ceremonies, and we want to get your thoughts on the opening day ceremonies with today's Toyota text poll question. And here it is. In your opinion, what is the best part of the opening day ceremonies? Is it number 1, text 1, the ring ceremony, 2, the raising of the championship banner, 3, the player introductions, or 4, the ceremonial first pitch? You know what to do. Text your vote to 58772. Standard text message rates apply. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back here on the Tri-State Ford pregame, so much more. Hideki Matsui back to get his ring, but back in the opposing uniform. The New York Yankees pregame show is brought to you by Ford. Check out the best-selling vehicles in America. Drive one at your Tri-State Ford dealer.
We went around surprising people by swapping their rides with a Ford. And we got a little help from their friends and family.
Oh, wow.
Christine kept the Fusion for a whole week.
What a good...
The 2010 home opener here at Yankee Stadium live on Yes. Good to have you back with us. Want to go over to the first base box seat that Kim Jones enjoys now. Just to underscore, Kim, you won't be able to keep that seat during the game, correct?
Probably not. I think I'd get a foul ball in the right ear, Bob.
We're going to see if we can get you a helmet. You can enjoy the game from there. And let's talk a little bit about what Joe Girardi had to say about this afternoon's ball game. There's been a lot of lead up to all of the championship festivities going on. What did he have to say about it?
Absolutely, Bob and Jack, you're right about that. And I asked Joe today, I said, what do you anticipate today? And before I could answer, I said between 12:30 and 1, because you know that after 1 o'clock the Yankees will be all business. But as for the ceremony, the introductions, getting the rings, Joe said it will be very special. It will be the culmination of a lot of emotions and hard work from last season. He said when we raise the flag and get those rings, I'm sure there will be a lot of wide eyes in that dugout. And there certainly will be guys, but we also know there are a couple guys around here who will be getting their 5th ring. So they have done this before, even though it's been a few years. And certainly this is the first time here in their new home.
Kim, one of the things that is always interesting to me is what are these guys going to do with these rings? Curtis Granderson, who won't be getting one, obviously, because he's a new Yankee, he kind of looked ahead and said, it must be hard for these guys to wait. I wish it were like the Olympics where they just wrap that medal around your neck. Maybe they could slip the ring on your finger after the game. I thought that was interesting. What were some of the takes you got from guys on what they were going to do with that piece of jewelry?
Well, and there'll be unique pieces of jewelry. Obviously, Curtis has a point there, but they won't trade all these diamonds they're getting today for a gold medal wrapped around their neck in November. I promise you that. But these rings will be beautiful. Even Mike Scioscia anticipates. He said, you know, they're going to be a beautiful ring. But the guys had a lot of different reactions. For CeCe Sabathia, he's just so excited to get his, and then he says he'll stow it away in a safe place. AJ Burnett has talked about how meaningful it will be for him to get his second ring. The first one came with the Marlins when he was injured, so that one has always been a bit tainted in his recollection. Jabba Chamberlain telling me he will give his to his father. Alex Rodriguez talking about how much it will mean to him to finally get that ring to go along with the fact that he knows he's a World Series champion. And then some guys had a little bit more fun with it. Nick Swisher telling me he would send his home with it, his parents, when they leave town. I said, oh, like Jabba, you're going to give yours to your dad. He said, oh no, Dad's just keeping it safe. I love my dad, but he's not getting my ring. And Phil Hughes said, yeah, it'll probably compare to my AAA ring, don't you think? And then Phil Hughes started to laugh. So a fun day, fun clubhouse this morning, guys. Guys in very good moods.
Hey, Kim, let me ask you about Andy Pettitte. I mentioned earlier, I wondered aloud, I know you're busy pregame, if you did any recon on what Andy's going to do when the ring ceremony happens. Will he be out in the bullpen? Is he going to stay in the dugout and get his ring and then go out and get his pregame work in?
Well, Bob, when I talked to Andy Sunday, he said, well, it's kind of a tough spot for me. I do need to get ready for the game. He said, and I'll be focused an hour before the game. I'm not going in to get my ring. Well, I think that might have changed. I talked to Jorge today. Jorge said, oh, I'm getting my ring. Andy can go to the bullpen if he wants, but I'm getting my ring. And I think Andy Pettitte will indeed find a way to get his ring and then go do all the proper warming up in the pen with Jorge.
All right, there's always a protocol, a proper way to do things. Looks like he's got that down. Now, you could also say that, I guess, about last night. The thing that always happens prior to the Yankees home opener, the welcome home dinner. Now, that was kind of special for a variety of reasons. It always is, Kim, but Mark Teixeira had a special moment that he got to share with the Steinbrenner family, and Hal Steinbrenner in particular.
Absolutely, he did, Bob. Mark Teixeira had the ball from the final out of Game 6 of the World Series back on November 4th. He kept it all off season. He had it put in a very nice case, and last night he presented it to Hal Steinbrenner. So I'm sure that moment meant a lot to everyone at the dinner, but especially, you would think, Teixeira in his first year as a Yankee to be as clutch and as important as he was, and then to end up with that ball and to be able to present it to Hal, I'm sure was very meaningful.
Hey, Kim, there's an interesting wrinkle, getting back to the ring ceremony for a second. Obviously, with Hideki Matsui in town, the schedule makers were kind to Matsui because he doesn't have to get his ring mailed to him or delivered to him, and he doesn't have to wait. I know you talked to Roger Kalon, his interpreter. How is Matsui looking forward to this? I think he's playing it coy, Kim, because he's saying he's not sure what kind of an ovation he's going to get. I think we know what's going to happen.
Matsui is interesting to watch, and this is why Derek Jeter loves him so much. He goes about his business, he's pretty unemotional, he never makes an excuse. And what he said today, guys, he'd like to separate this into two parts. He wants to put closure on last year, get his ring, and enjoy that moment. And then he said, I'm wearing an Angels uniform. I want to help my team win today. As for the ovation, you're right, Jack. He told me again today through his translator, Roger, he honestly doesn't know what reaction he will get. Well, Joe Girardi, Kevin Long, Derek Jeter, all the guys I was talking to around the cage said he will get a standing ovation, and they hope he does. He certainly would deserve it. That World Series MVP still fresh in Yankee fans' minds.
Now, Kim, you mentioned closure. They'd like to find a way to bring closure to Matsui's bat right now. Yeah. He's off to a great start with the Angels, batting .370. He's already beaten a couple lefties. You got to wonder, matchup-wise, what does Joe Girardi do late in this game if he's got to face Matsui in a key spot late in the game?
Yeah, he also had a walk-off the other night, guys, where his hit plated Bobby Abreu. I think maybe we probably saw that at one time at the old Yankee Stadium. But Joe Girardi, he'll have a decision to make. He does have Damaso Marte, the lefty, in the pen. But Derek Jeter in the dugout used to always say quietly to opposing managers, don't bring the lefty in to face Matsu. Well, that's the decision Joe will have. I asked Joe, do you think Jeter will tell you not to bring the lefty in? He said, I'm sure he will. But it will depend on matchups. It will depend on who else maybe starts that inning or who else is coming in that inning. But Joe has a decision to make because I don't think anyone wants to face Matsui in the late innings of a close game.
No, that's a great point, especially in a park that he's very comfortable at. All right, Kim, we'll check back with you a little bit later.
That sounds good.
All right, now, opening day ceremonies continue. We got a lot of stuff coming up here on Yes, but our broadcast team of Michael Kay and Al Leiter offer a unique perspective because they have seen opening day as both a journalist, a broadcaster, and Al Leiter, obviously, as a player. Let's get their thoughts on opening day here at Yankee Stadium.
Well, every team in baseball has a home opener, and really the only thing that I know in terms of a home opener is here at Yankee Stadium. You know, I've been covering this team in one way or another since 1987. Now, Al, you've been on other teams and you've experienced in other ways. How does this differ from other places?
You know what, Michael? There is a difference, and I'm not just saying it as a broadcaster for the Yes Network and Yankees. Players would come in here, and you get an opportunity, as the Angels are going to do. I did it with the Blue Jays. Come in opening day, it's special. Everything about it, you know that there's a different feeling in the air. Maybe part of it also, I grew up in the area and I know how special an opening day is at Yankee Stadium, and I know that the guys, especially wearing the pinstripe, it matters a lot.
And the bottom line is this isn't just a home opener. This is a home opener where the Yankees are going to get their World Series rings. And, you know, players play for money. We know that. They play for the love of the game. But the main thing that everybody is in agreement on, they all play for that ring. And if you don't have the ring, you feel like there's something missing on your resume. What does it mean to get the ring?
You know, I just talking to a few of the guys around the batting cage, they're talking about, you know, what the ring looks like, and it's white gold, and it's really exciting. And you said about the money thing. There's no doubt about it. Guys can go buy their own ring. But this is what they play for. It's not just words. It's true. And at the end of the year, you know, there's one team standing, and then you get the opportunity with all the pomp and circumstance today of handing out the rings, talking to a couple of the guys that said they might even wear it during the game. And, you know, it matters. You know, they're kids again. It's great.
Now, Alex Rodriguez has told me that he's going to wear the ring every single day this year. Some guys just don't wear it at all. Do you wear your rings?
I don't. I have 3, and I pick my spots. But they're beautiful, and some of them are they've gotten so big where it's you can't wear them.
Well, the bottom line is it should be a good day, and, you know, in terms of how big it is here, around the rim of Yankee Stadium, they have every single flag up that the Yankees have won 27 World Championships. There's not many places that could do that. In fact, there are no places that could put up 27 flags.
And, well, look at Joe Girardi. He's got 28, so they're selfish and greedy in a lot of ways, and it's a good thing.
That should be a great day here at the stadium.
Michael, Al, thank you. Michael, of course, part of the pregame festivities as well, co-emceeing that, so we'll see Michael in just a little bit. Then, of course, they'll have the call of the game. And when they do that, some pretty potent lineups. We'll take a look at them now. They're brought to you by Blimpie, and we will start with the visiting Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. I still have a hard time remembering that that's the entire name of this team. Starts with Eric Ibar at shortstop. Bobby Abreu, well, we're going to see a couple of former Yankees in this lineup. Torrey Hunter bats in the third spot, playing center. There's Hideki Matsui batting cleanup, the DH spot. At first, it is Kendry Morales. Left field will be Juan Rivera. At second base, Howie Kendrick. The catcher today for the Angels, Jeff Mathis. And at third base, it is Brandon Wood. Now let's turn the page to the Yankees starting lineup for this afternoon's ball game. Leading off the captain, Derek Jeter. He will be followed by the DH, Nick Johnson. Mark Teixeira off to that slow start, but trying to round into shape. He's playing first, batting third. Alex Rodriguez in his usual cleanup spot. Robinson Cano will bat fifth today. Jorge Posada right behind him is getting the catching assignment. Curtis Granderson in center. Nick Swisher is out in right field, and in left field today against the right-hander Irvin Santana, it is Brett Gardner. So as you look at that Yankee lineup, that's going to be a tough one for Irvin Santana to face today. It
absolutely is, Bob. And I talked to Curtis Granderson about Irvin Santana, and he said the thing about Santana you have to worry about is the velocity. The Angels are hoping for the Santana from 2008, not 2009 when he had some elbow trouble. But Granderson said when he gets that velocity up around 94, that slider that he has, Bob, which is a nasty slider, it makes it look that much nastier. It'll come in at about 84. So if you're the Yankees, you want to try and get on that fastball early.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but we got a lot more coming up here on the Tri-State Ford pregame as our coverage continues live from Yankee Stadium. We'll take a look at the epic battles that these two teams have waged in the past. The Yankees against the Angels. We're back after this.
You want to get a great...
By BP. Help your car run younger for longer. Try BP gasoline with Invigorate. And by the Fox Business Network. It's not just business, it's personal. And we're back once again here on the Tri-State Ford pregame. Good to have you back as our opening day coverage here of the home opener at Yankee Stadium continues. Now, when the ball game gets underway, the Yankees take on the Angels, and these are two teams that are linked by their playoff and championship pedigrees. Now, in that regard, the Yankees' roots run much deeper, but these two teams have waged some epic battles over the past decade, and right now we want to take a closer look.
Manager Mike Scioscia and his Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim have long been a thorn in the Yankees' side. The Halos have always given the Bombers fits, even ending their season on more than one occasion. The 2009 campaign was no different. Angel Stadium proved to be a house of horrors as the Halos took 4 out of the 6 games at their home ballpark, and they were confident going into their American League Championship Series matchup. The chilly northeast weather cooled the Angels' bats in Game 1. CC Sabathia matched up with John Lackey, and the Yanks' ace was dominant as the Yankees cruised to a 4-1 victory. In Game 2, Derek Jeter and company looked to continue their winning ways at home. Sean Figgins had other ideas, though, as his ribby single gave the Angels the lead in the 7th inning. That lead would be short-lived, however, as Alex Rodriguez would continue his brilliant postseason by crushing a game-tying home run off closer Brian Fuentes. More late-inning magic would occur for the Yankees as Melky Cabrera would drive in Jerry Hairston Jr., giving the Bombers a 4-3 victory. The scene would shift west as the Angels found themselves in an 0-2 hole going into Game 3. Derek Jeter and the Yankees would do their best to keep things close, but the Angels' Jeff Mathis would provide some extra inning heroics of his own with a walk-off double. The Halos were still down 2-1, but the momentum was shifting. With CC Sabathia back on the hill for Game 4, any momentum the Angels had was erased quickly. He matched his Game 1 performance, pitching 8 strong innings, holding the Angels to 1 run. Alex Rodriguez would lead the Yankees' offensive attack with a 2-run homer as the Yankees routed the Angels 10-1. With their backs against the wall in Game 5, the Angels proved to be a tough out. Kendry Morales drove in Torrey Hunter in the 7th to give the Halos a 1-run lead. The Yanks wouldn't go down easy as they had the bases loaded in the 9th, but Nick Swisher popped out to end things, ensuring that the league championship would be decided in New York. Back home in the Bronx, the Yankees turned to their old workhorse, Andy Pettitte, to get the job done. He did that and more. Over 6 1/3 innings, Pettitte overwhelmed the Angels, striking out 6. Angels' miscues would provide the Bombers with all the runs they would need. Another Yankee mainstay, Mariano Rivera, came in for a 6-out save. The Yankees would go on to beat the Angels 5-2, claiming their 40th American League crown and advancing to the World Series.
And that wasn't the end of the dance. As we know, that happened by them winning their 27th World Championship. But as we look at what they did against the Angels, winning that series 4-2, do you feel that they exercised some demons? Because the Angels, I guess pun intended, were a team that had bedeviled them so much in the playoffs.
That they really had, Bob. And even to this point, if you look at the Yankees since the year 2000, only one team in the American League has a winning record against the Yankees, and that's the Angels. But the Yankees were able to go 5-5 against the Angels in the regular season last year. And they took that as a success. Okay, we played even with these guys. And then I think as we saw in that piece, when you got to the ALCS, the Yankees played a much crisper series than the Angels. The Angels at times very sloppy. Yankees were the superior team last year, and it showed.
Which was noted at the time, and even today, it's surprising because Mike Scioscia always has his team well prepared, playing good baseball. They've been very good. If there's one constant over the past decade, it's Scioscia's leadership, and even that was seen last year when their young pitcher Nick Adenhart died early in the season. He kept the team together, and they made it all the way to the playoffs.
They really did, and that's why he ends up winning the Manager of the Year award, Bob, because he does. He keeps that team cemented, and he's got some work ahead of him this year, losing Figgins. Guerrero, of course, not there anymore, but I think Figgins is the big loss, and I think that's something the Angels are trying to figure out. They have Ibar at the top of their lineup. They have Brandon Wood playing third base. Ibar, not the most patient hitter. He's trying to be a leadoff hitter. Wood so far, very rough start, 1 for 19.
All right, one of the guys that new guys that Mike Scioscia has this year, obviously, is a guy that Yankees fans are very familiar with. We've talked about him, Hideki Matsui, and you just go back to Game 6 of the World Series last year to know exactly what Matsui means to, or meant to, the Yankees, the way he performed.
Bob, we talked earlier about memorable opening days. When you talk about memorable World Series games, you have to put Hideki Matsui's Game 6 from last year at the top of the list. I mean, he just left an unbelievable impression for a guy who was heading out the door. I think a lot of people understood at that point that this could be Matsui's last game as a Yankee. There were rumblings that the Yankees might move forward. They did. He's been a nice force so far for the Angels, and I do think, Bob, even though the Angels say they want to play him a little bit in the outfield, I do think the smartest thing for them would be let this guy hit. Just let him be your DH. He'll put up the numbers.
And, of course, the focus today is what does it mean for Matsui to be back here? Well, about 30 minutes ago, maybe 45 minutes, he addressed the media, and we're going to sample a little bit of that now. And if you don't understand Japanese, by the way, no worries, there will be translation provided.
そうですね。ちょっとね、まだ想像できないですけどね。ちょっと僕には分からん。今現時点ではちょっと分からないですね。
Yeah, I really don't know what to anticipate. You know, at this point right now, yeah, I'm really not sure.
2 other ones quickly, if I might. What will it be like to receive that ring? And what will you say to Jeter, who still calls you one of his favorite teammates ever?
あと2つ、リングをもらったときに、どういうふうに、感じると思いますか。それから、ジーター、は松井選手をいまだに一番お気に入りの、プレイヤーの中に入るというふうにおっしゃってたんですけど、彼のリアクションもどう思います
そうですね。最初なんだっけ、リングはなんだっけ。
リングをもらったときには、どういうふうに感じると思います。
そうですね。まあね、あくまでもね、それは去年のね、ことですけどね、その時だけはね、去年の喜びにね、一瞬だけでもね、やりたいなと思いますし、ね、そのリングを取るためにね、ずっとね、ヤンキースで7年間ね、戦い続けてきたつもりですからね、その一瞬だけは喜びたいなと思いますけど、そうですね、まあジーターはね、僕もね、最も尊敬するプレイヤーですし、またね、素晴らしいチームメイトだったし、友人だし、ね、まあね、今日ちょっと会うのをね、久しぶり、ね、ワールドシリーズ以来かもしれないですけど、ね、久しぶりにね、会って話したいなと思ってます。
Yeah, as far as the ring is concerned, obviously it was something that happened last year. So I'd like to separate that in my mind and try and enjoy the moment when I do receive it. You know, I was with the Yankees for 7 years, and that was ultimately the goal that I was pursuing. So in that sense, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, as far as Jeter, you know, to me, you know, it's somebody that's somebody that I really respect a lot. You know, I have a lot of respect for. He's a great teammate, and he's an amazing friend. And so I just look forward. I haven't seen him since the World Series, since last year. So I look forward to catching up with him on the field, hopefully.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, much more coverage of the home opener here at Yankee Stadium, including a look at the welcome home dinner that the Yankees had last night. Well, guests of Yes will receive a gift certificate to Nino's Great Restaurants. And decide for yourself if Nino can't be everywhere, or can he? Enjoyed a decided edge over Angel starter Irvin Santana. Career against him, 10 for 23. That's a .435 average, 2 home runs, and 2 runs batted in. So Jeter, just as he has given the Yankees an edge against Santana, you too can keep your edge with Just for Men, mustache, and beard. And great to have you back once again on the special edition of the Tri-State Ford pregame as we continue our home opener coverage here live from Yankee Stadium. Now, one of the great things about coming back home is just getting home. You've spent all that time at spring training, 2 series on the road, and then, of course, last night, the welcome home dinner. We've talked a little about it. Want to show you some of the images of that. It was held at the New York Hilton. As you can see, some great moments. The players there, Joe Girardi, all the players in attendance. The 31st annual homecoming dinner, the event benefiting the New York Yankees Foundation, attended by players, coaches, ownership, front office management. The Pride of the Yankees award given out annually, given to Bernie Williams. And of course, we'll see Bernie today. He's throwing out the first pitch in the ball game. Also at that dinner, as we have mentioned, Mark Teixeira presenting the ball from the final out of last year's World Series to Hal Steinbrenner. So there's always great memories at these dinners, Jack, as we know. And Michael Kay, of course, was there emceeing. So you've been to those dinners in the past. What is that atmosphere like?
I tell you what, Bob, it's something that as players, I'm sure when they get home, they'd almost want to go to their own bed, and then you get to those kinds of dinners, and you almost get a little bit of a burst of adrenaline. Everybody is there. You get your standing ovation. We saw in the clip guys giving high fives. And, of course, the nice touch with Teixeira hanging onto that ball and passing it on to the Steinbrenner family. I think that puts a bow on the season for them.
You're saying no question of ownership with regard to the ball. It's safely in the hands of the Steinbrenners. Now, let's take a look at what last year meant for the Yankees. As we know, an unprecedented 27th World Championship, but the 103 wins stand out, Jack, especially with the way the team started. A little slow out of the gate, but you could see them build both as a team on the field and off the field last year.
Right, Bob, but you look at 103 wins in the course of a season. I remember Terry Francona talking at the winter meetings and saying, we won 95 games, and we weren't within 8 games of these guys. We were 8 games behind this team in a year where we thought we had a solid season. So the Yankees may play better this year and not win 103 games. It's very hard to win 103 games.
Now, people mention the chemistry of that team, and you'll hear players say, well, you don't have to have chemistry in a clubhouse to win, but it certainly helped. Do you think that chemistry is carried over to this year?
I think the winning helps, Bob, and I do think with the core 4, we've talked about them, Rivera, Posada, Pettit, Jeter. I mean, Pettit discussed it yesterday. He said the hunger for another one just gets even higher. You don't win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then stop thinking about winning more. So yes, I do think that this team should have that same kind of chemistry.
And it was a good chemistry and a good blend, as we know, with the new guys that came in as well. CC Sabathia obviously had his impact, winning 19 games. A.J. Burnett winning 13 with the pies in the face, as we know. And then the late addition in the offseason of Mark Teixeira. And who knew that it would have the kind of impact that it would have, not only at the plate, but with his Gold Glove caliber defense. Let's take a closer look at Mark Teixeira.
Batting third, the first baseman, number 25, Mark Teixeira.
Home run, Mark Teixeira. Oh, what a grab by Teixeira.
A home run for Mark Teixeira. Grab by Teixeira.
Oh, what a play by Teixeira. See ya, see ya.
No doubt about it.
A monster home run for Teixeira. Teixeira.
You're on the mark, Teixeira.
It was special. You know, I'm very blessed to be able to be a Yankee, first of all, and then to play in the new Yankee Stadium for the first season and win a championship in the first season of that stadium. It's just been a great ride so far. I tell my wife all the time, it's amazing how much more excited I am to go to work, knowing that I'm going to go to work at Yankee Stadium every day. And that's not nothing against the places I've played in, because I've played in some great stadiums, but at the same time, Yankee Stadium is special. The way that the fans react to the baseball, they know the game, and playing in front of those people in that great stadium with a great clubhouse, there's nothing better.
He is really a Hall of Fame type player, a Hall of Fame type person, and a tremendous leader. But to have him in the 3 spot, to have a guy that is a Gold Glove first baseman and is a switch hitter who can hit for average and power, and is a high on-base percentage guy, and has the knowledge and is able to share with all his teammates, I am having a ball having him as my teammate.
Mark Teixeira was someone that does not come along but once every decade or so. In the middle of the line at that, leader, tremendous defense, switch hitter, power, our type of profile as a hitter.
He knows the game, and when you see Mark come in, it's all baseball, it's all business, and his attitude that he brings in every day is infectious.
You can never be perfect in baseball. That's the great thing about our sport, is that you can never be perfect. I mean, hitting 300 is hard enough, and that's failing 7 out of 10 times. So you have to deal with failure, learn how to get better, and then just really concentrating every single pitch, kind of locking in on what I need to do, and knocking balls down when I need to knock them down, or making throws when I have to make throws. And I think we proved last year that pitching and defense truly does win championships. I mean, our offense was great, don't get me wrong, but when it comes down to it, the reason that we won the division, the reason that we won the World Series is because of our pitching and defense. And I've always taken my defense seriously. I've always taken a lot of pride in my defense, and I think it wins a lot of games. I don't take that championship and the season we had and the season I had personally, I don't take it for granted, because I know it's a tough road. It's tough enough just to win our division. and then to go all the way and win a World Series. It's not going to happen every year, but my career isn't complete. But when it's all said and done, that means everything to me in my career, is that I won a championship with the New York Yankees. Hopefully there's 7, 8, or 9 of those championships along the way. But at the same time, I know with just that one championship, right now I have that peace of mind that I'm going to go down as a Yankee champion for the rest of my career, the rest of my life. And just, don't get complacent, just have that hunger, have that desire, realize how much fun it was winning a championship, and realize how satisfying it is to win a championship, and just want that again. There's no higher level to get than winning a world championship, and we want to stay at that level.
And Mark Teixeira did that in his first year, and you have to wonder how many runs he saved with his defense, and then you add that to the runs that he produced. And here's what he did at home: a .312 average, 24 homers, 71 runs batted in. He, of course, is looking to add to those totals this season. Right, well, we got to celebrate the opening of Yankee Stadium last season, but one other team this season opened its new ballpark yesterday, and we're going to take a look at those highlights, brought to you by NYY Steak. Open year-round for lunch, dinner, and private events. It's Target Field. It's Minneapolis. And after 28 at Yankee Stadium, Andy Pettitte. Don't go away. Take one more look at today's Toyota text poll, and we asked you this: what is the best part of the opening day ceremonies? And here are your options, 4 of them. You can text 1 if you think it's the ring ceremony, 2, raising the championship banner, 3, the player introductions, or 4, the ceremonial first pitch. Text your vote to 58772. Standard text message rates apply. And of course, during the course of today's ball game, Michael K. and Outlider will have the answer to the Toyota text poll question. All right, great to have you back once again. Bob Lorenz along with Jack Curry. Earlier we talked about your recollection of the snow game. No snow, good to report, but we are getting a few raindrops here.
We are, Bob. It's drizzling a little bit, and if there is one thing that you don't want to happen if you're the Yankees, is you want this ceremony to go off without a hitch. I think they'd be fine right now, but there are some raindrops falling. The one thing I recall from '96 is Bernie Williams played center field with a ski mask during that game. He's throwing out the first pitch today. I hope he doesn't have to go out there with an umbrella.
I'm just wondering if he's going to have the guitar slung on his back, a la Johnny Cash, kind of flipped around. Anyway, we've seen Bernie in a variety of situations. The question is, will it be a strike, I guess? He never really had the opportunity to pitch.
I tell you what, Bob, he better go to the mound, he better throw it from the rubber, and he better throw a strike, because if he doesn't, he will hear about it from all of his former teammates. I'd say Jeter leading the way.
You know, it's interesting, when we get to this point of a pregame, we're usually just moments away from the game actually starting. Not the case, so you have to wonder what's going through the players' minds right now, because they're in the clubhouse. They've still got a little ways to go here for the game, because they've got to get to the opening ceremonies.
Right, I think it's a healthy adrenaline, though, Bob. I think they're anxious, but they know what lies ahead for them. All of that work, as Joe Girardi said to Kim, you enjoy it between 12:30 and 1, and that's what I think the players are looking forward to. Andy Pettitte said it yesterday. He said the one detriment for him is because he's pitching, he can't get out there and kind of joke around and enjoy those rings with his teammates.
All right, also joining us on the program today, Chris Shearn, roaming the great halls and beyond, I imagine, to get some thoughts from Yankees fans. Here's Chris.
Kind of a November feel here at Yankee Stadium today on opening day, and it's kind of appropriate because the Yankees took care of the Phillies back in last November and won their 27th World Series championship. And I asked people earlier today how special it was for them to be here on this special opening day.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be a Yankee. I'm a lifetime Yankee of 64 years.
It's just an overall great experience. I went to opening day once before, but to be here when they're giving out the rings, that's just pretty cool.
Just ecstatic. As a true fan, I think, it's like the dedication to it, and to start off the season this way, it brings chills, and it's awesome. It's an amazing experience. This is my birthday gift from her, and we're best friends forever, and I'm just so happy that we could share this experience together.
It's huge. I've never been here for an opening day when they receive their rings or put a banner up, so I'm pumped about that. And last year, I followed the team from opening day till Rivera clinched the last out. So it's huge for me. I'm pumped.
It means a lot. I've never been to an opening day game at Yankee Stadium, and coming to a stadium, you know, when they raise their flag and seeing the championship rings, it means a lot to me because I never had that experience. And I know it's going to be a magical day for me to be here to see the 27-time champion New York Yankees in this building.
This is a special day for me. This is my 52nd straight home opener at Yankee Stadium. I've been to every opener since 1959. It was a Sunday against the Red Sox. First 2 games were rained out, and I've been here every opening day ever since. This is home to me.
Gearing up, I'm excited. I'm wired. Go Yankees!
This is really cool, you know. This is my first time going to opening day and my 3rd time at the stadium. Yeah, and I'm really excited.
This is very special to me. It's my first time to a home opener, especially here in the new stadium, coming back, watching them get their rings from the 27th World Championship. Having Matsui back home is going to be great. I can't wait till the game starts.
Yes, actually, this is my 27th straight opening day, and this is Diana's 21st straight opening day, and 21 years ago today we met right across the street.
How hard is it to do an interview and juggle at the same time?
It's easy. The hard part is not hitting the cameraman, so that's why he's at ease right now.
That's a man that knows how to work the camera right there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more thoughts on the home opening ceremonies here at Yankee Stadium right after this. Don't go away. Well, looks like they're setting up for a little party. A championship celebration, no less, here at Yankee Stadium. As we get set for the home opener, live from Yankee Stadium, it is the Tri-State Ford pregame. We're glad you're with us. Now, there is a ball game to be played, obviously. We've got a lot of good stuff coming up, though. You're going to want to stay with us. But when that game gets underway, it's Andy Pettitte taking the ball again. Now, Andy, in his first start of the season, after limited spring training innings, he went against the Red Sox, looked pretty good.
He really did, Bob. And this is an interesting start for him because you're talking about an Angels team that has lost 5 of their last 6 games, and they're really trying to get untracked. And as much as we've talked about the Yankees and their ring ceremony, yes, there is a game to be played, and the Angels have to go up against Pettitte. Fastball cutter combination, a guy who can be very difficult on them. I'm sure Matsui is probably sharing whatever secrets he remembers about playing behind Pettitte. But again, Bob, we've said it and we can say it again, Pettitte always there in the big moment for the Yankees, and in the early season, this is about as big a moment as you can get.
The amazing thing about Andy, and we've said this before, is the fact that even if he doesn't have all the pitches that he needs, he somehow finds a way to get you through that 5th inning and that 6th inning, which isn't easy to do against teams like the Angels, but Andy can do it.
No, and you know, Mike Scioscia likes his guys to be patient, Bob, and he likes his guys to rattle a pitcher. They don't have Figgins anymore, but they have Ibar, his tourist when he plays. They want to get on base. They want to try and rattle Pettitte, but of course Pettitte has one of the best pickoff moves in Major League Baseball, so that's not always easy to do. But you're right, Pettitte discussed yesterday how there are some starts where walking out of the bullpen, you just don't think you have it. And those are the starts where you have to muscle your way through it. You have to force your way through that start. We'll see from the outset what kind of stuff he has today.
Well, teams always like to match up against the Yankees lineup for no other reason than they like a challenge, and it will be that for Urban Santana today, a guy who was 8-8 last year, was relegated to playoff duty in the bullpen last year against the Yankees, but obviously they're familiar with him.
Right, the big thing with Santana, Bob, is the elbow. In 2008, this guy was one of the best pitchers in the American League. He won 16 games. Coming back in 2009, he had some elbow problems, and that hurt his velocity. And he is a guy who's a different pitcher when he's throwing 94 as opposed to when he's throwing 91. He says the elbow problems are behind him. He was slowed a little bit in spring training by the elbow again, but he said it wasn't related to the previous elbow problem. But as we said earlier, that fastball sets up the slider. He has a nasty slider. So if you're the Yankees, you want to try and get on him early in the count and not let him get to that slider.
Career 5-2 against the Yankees, an ERA of almost 6, and he has given up 11 home runs to the Yankees as well. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on today is, will being at home for the first time have an impact on the Yankees hitters, Jack, whether it's just comfort or anything else. But if you're Mark Teixeira, a guy who really wants to get the bat going now, does being home help some of these hitters?
Right, and we saw earlier those numbers that Teixeira has put up in Yankee Stadium. So I'm answering a resounding yes for Mark Teixeira about being happy about being back at Yankee Stadium. Bob, the one guy that I really want to see hit here, though, is Curtis Granderson. Because I think when the Yankees acquired Curtis Granderson, they didn't want to put the bar too high, but I think they think his swing is perfect for this stadium. He had 30 home runs last year with the Tigers, I don't think there's any doubt he's going to surpass that number with the Yankees.
Now, just to address one thing, as we take a look at some of the numbers that the Yankees have put up over the last 12 seasons, very good stuff. Their last 12 home openers, winning 11 of those 12 with a team average of 326, averaging 7.5 runs. So they are loaded up once again. All right, let's get back to Kim Jones now, standing by with the captain, Derek Jeter. Kim?
Thank you, Bob. Derek, what does today mean to you?
It means a lot. You know, this is the time to celebrate what we did last year, and on the same page, it's time to turn the page. And you know, we had a tremendous year last year. I'm happy we get an opportunity to do it on opening day. You know, the previous ceremonies we didn't have on opening day, so it's good that we can incorporate this into the festivities.
Andy Pettit said yesterday, once you win one, you're hungry for more. Even after winning 5, are you still hungry for more?
That's why you play. You play to win. That's the bottom line. And once you've experienced success, that's all you want.
I want to ask you about one of your favorite teammates ever. Hideki Matsui will get his ring today. He called you a great teammate and a great friend earlier. Said he hasn't seen you since the World Series. What will it be like to see him today?
Well, it'd be good to see him before the game starts, but once the game starts, I don't know how good it'll be to see him, but we got a little surprise for him today.
You do? Are we going to see it?
No, you'll hear about it.
We'll hear about it. Are you going to tell Joe not to send the lefty in to face him late in the game?
I've already told him, so if he does that and Matsu gets a hit, it's Joe's fault.
Last thing real quick, what are you going to do with the ring, your 5th?
I'll put it with the other ones. I store it away.
A big collection. That's a nice box you got there.
I'll look at it when I retire.
Thank you very much, Derek. Bob, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Kim, thank you. Of course, we will see Kim once again on the post-game later today after the game. But, you know, Jack, just some final thoughts. And, you know, again, Derek Jeter is a guy who's been through this before. Yep. But when you get that championship ring, one that you have not had for 9 years, it's got to be something special.
I think it is special, Bob. And the thing that was funny pre-game is Jeter has 5 now. So he was asked, can you imagine what it was like to be Yogi Berra and actually have 10 World Series rings? And Jeter said, yeah, but back in those days, they didn't have a couple of rounds of playoffs. They went straight to the World Series. I'm only going to count Yogi's as 4 or 5.
You know, Yogi likes to make a point to Derek, though. You got to win the 5 in a row. If you get stopped somewhere along the way, you got to restart.
And I tell you, when Jeter started out his career with 4 out of 5, you thought maybe he would make a run at Yogi. Now I'm sure he's happy to have 5.
Well, we're going to see Yogi Berra today along with Whitey Ford, the 2 Yankee greats. They're going to be handing out the championship rings here at Yankee Stadium. We're going to take a quick break, but our continuing coverage live from Yankee Stadium of the 2010 home opener continues after this. Well, there is a wide shot from the outfield. Yankee Stadium getting ready for a championship celebration, the 27th World Championship. We saw the one banner. They'll raise that championship banner. They will get their championship rings. And right now you hear the roar of the crowd. Yankees public address announcer Paul Olden set to take over. Here's Paul.
Please welcome our MCs for the ceremony. Yankees broadcasters John Sterling and Michael Kay.
Thank you, Paul. And welcome everyone to one of our favorite days of the year, opening day. Now, before we start today's festivities, we'd like to welcome back to Yankee Stadium the greatest owner in the game of baseball, whose commitment to excellence has helped the Yankees to 11 American League pennants and 7 World Championships. Yankees principal owner and chairperson, Mr. George M. Steinbrenner III, and his lovely wife, Joanne. They're with us today to help us celebrate the Yankees' 27th World Championship. And we did it for you. Today begins the 2nd season at the stadium, and the Yankees have already added to it. If you look at the flagpole in left field, you'll see something that was not there last year. The Yankees' 27th time World Championship flag. In addition, on the flagpoles at the top of the stadium, there are now flags commemorating all 27 of the Yankees' World Championships.
Now, 26 World Championships were won across the street. And in the inaugural season of this stadium, the Yankees won number 27. Last season was an exciting season with clutch hitting, clutch pitching, and 17 walk-off victories, each celebrated with some pie. So before we move forward to our 2010 festivities, please direct your attention to the video board in center field to take a look back at how 2009 ended. The journey to a championship began with the ultimate disappointment. A year with no postseason. In an organization where the end game is a title, no baseball in October was jarring. The return to normalcy was not a smooth one. April struggles served as the unlikely foundation for great expectations. Heads bowed, but determination raised. And one swing in early May paid notice to the rest of the sport that Yankee dominance was not dead. It had simply been dormant.
See ya! Alex Rodriguez, his first swing back, a 3-run home run.
A glittering new ballpark was being christened with the DNA of aura and mystique. Two time travelers that made the short jaunt across the street. The real estate had changed, but the real deal didn't. And the great moments were not just fleeting highlights lost in the ether, but became part of forever.
For 72 years, Lou Gehrig has been the Yankees' all-time hits leader. Now, it's Derek Jeter.
The work only was finished in October and November. Months the Yankees had long held a lease on. The dramatic moments came in flashes as the Bombers worked to add the elusive 27th title to their resume. With big hits, big plays, clutch pitching, all on the world's grandest stage, under the hottest, brightest lights. When they were done, so was the competition. Another title, another line in the glorious narrative that is the Yankees. Another trip down the Canyon of Heroes, a stretch of lower Manhattan the Yankees seem to own. And the final reward for the 27-time world champion New York Yankees comes today. The ring ceremony begins right now.
We have two very special guests here with us today to help give out the 2009 World Championship rings. Together, they have combined for 16 World Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the board, Whitey Ford, and the man who has won more World Series than any other player in baseball history, Lawrence Peter Yogi Berra.
First, let's welcome the man who wore number 27 last year, as it was his mission to guide the Yankees to their 27th World Championship. The manager of the Yankees, number 28, Joe Girardi.
Now the trainers, Gene Monahan.
Steve Donahue.
And now the coaches. First base coach, number 50, Mick Kelleher.
Hitting coach, Kevin Long. Harkey.
The pitching coach, number 58, Dave Island.
And the third base coach, number 59, Rob Thompson.
And the players, number 46, Andrew Eugene Pettit.
How are you? Good to see you.
Jerry Hairston Jr.
Number 91, Alfredo Aceves.
Number 55, Bill Hughes.
Number 62, Java Chamberlain.
Number 52, C.C. Sabathia.
Number 45, Sergio Mitre.
Number 43, Damaso Marte.
Number 42, Mariano
Number 34, A.J. Burnett.
Number 33, Nick Swisher.
Number 30, David Robertson.
Number 29, Francisco Cervelli.
number 25, Mark Teixeira.
Number 24, Robinson Cano.
Number 20, Jorge Posada.
Number 19, Ramiro Pena.
Number 13, Alex Rodriguez.
Number 11, Brett Gardner.
And the captain of the New York Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter.
Well, we still have one more ring to present. This player spent 7 seasons in pinstripes. And in Game 6 of the 2009 World Series, he tied a World Series record with 6 runs batted in. He is here today as a member of the visiting Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Please welcome back the 2009 World Series Most Valuable Player, number 55, Hideki Matsui. Your 2009 World Series
Ladies and gentlemen, let's now continue with our 2010 opening day festivities. Please direct your attention now to the third base line and welcome today's visiting team, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Their coaches: first base coach, number 4, Alfredo Griffin. Hitting coach, number 7, Mickey Hatcher. Bench coach, number 10, Ron Renicky. Third base coach, number 21, Dino Ebel. And the bullpen, pitching coach, number 23, Mike Butcher. And bullpen coach, number 88, Orlando Mercado. The non-starters, number 13, Meiser Isturis. Number 17, Terry Evans. Number 19, Scott Kazmir. Number 32, Matt Ulmer. Number 35, Joel Pinheiro. Number 36, Jared Weaver. Number 38, Bobby Casaba. Number 4, Ryan Fuentes. Number 43, Brian Stokes. Number 44, Mike Napoli. Number 46, Bobby Wilson. Number 51, Joe Saunders. Number 52, Jason Bolton. Number 56, Fernando Rodney. Number 62, Scott Shields. And number 65, Kevin Jepson. And now the Angels starting lineup. First, the manager. Number 14, Mike Scioscia. Leading off, shortstop, number 2, Eric Ibar. Batting second, right fielder, number 53, Bobby Abreu. Batting third, center fielder, number 48, Torrey Hunter. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 55, Hideki Matsui. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 8, Kendry Morales. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 20, Juan Rivera. Batting seventh, the second baseman, number 47, Howie Kendrick. Batting eighth, in the bullpen, the catcher, number 5, Jeff Mathis. Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 3, Brandon Wood. And pitching, warming up in the bullpen, number 54, Irvin Santana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the first base line as we welcome the 27th and World Champions, your New York Yankees. In his 38th season as the Yankees head trainer, Gene Monahan. Assistant trainer, Steve Donahue. Assistant trainer, Mark Littlefield. The coach, first base coach, number 50, Mick Kelleher. Hitting coach, number 54, Kevin Long. In the bullpen coach, number 57, Mike Harkey. And the pitching coach, number 58, Dave Island. Third base coach, number 59, Rob Thompson. And bench coach number 56, Tony Pena. The non-Yankee starter, number 19, Ramiro Pena. Number 19. Number 22, Randy Wynn. Number 22. Number 29, Francisco Cervelli. Number 29. Number 30, David Robertson. Number 30. Number 31, Javier Vasquez. Number 31. Number 34, A.J. Burnett. Number 34. Number 38, Marcus Thames. Number 38. Number 42, Mariano Rivera. Number 42. Number 43, Damaso Marte. Number 43. Number 45, Sergio Mitre. Number 45. Number 52, C.C. Sabathia. Number 52. Number 61, Chad Cole Clark. Number 61. Number 62, Java Chamberlain. Number 62. Number 65, Phil Hughes. Number 65. And number 91, Alfredo S. Evans. Number 91. And now the Yankees starting lineup. First the manager, number 28, Joe Girardi. Number 28. Leading off, shortstop, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2. Batting second, the designated hitter, number 26. Is an Emmy Award winner, Tony Award winner, and star of stage and screen. Currently, she was starring in the Broadway musical Promises, Promises. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kristen Chenoweth. She will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And go
Well, we got our first goosebumps of the season, and they came many, one after another. A big-time ring ceremony, the lineups introduced, and you know what? Now we got some baseball ready to go. But before we come back and get you set up for the game, we're going to give you some images of past opening days here at Yankee Stadium. And that was Bernie Williams throwing out the first pitch here at Yankee Stadium yesterday at the Yankees welcome home dinner. He received the Pride of the Yankees award. Bernie with a big smile and a good way to start the 2010 home season. And a good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Yankee Stadium along with Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. It's the Yankees against the Angels, and that seems to be swallowed up by the pregame ceremonies. The Yankees got their 2009 rings, but to tell you the truth, now you move on. That puts last year to sleep. 2009 is over. The Yankees pick up their 27th championship, and they look for number 28. And they had a very good road trip. They were 4-2, 2-1 against the Red Sox, 2-1 against the Rays, and now they try to start up this homestand with Andy Pettitte on the mound.
And I'll tell you, he got a no decision up in Boston, and he just seems like Andy Pettitte of old. I mean, here's a guy, we'll actually look back at the LCS last year against the Angels. Here's a guy postseason, 18-game winner. It's so fitting today, Michael, that he's starting this opening day, getting the rings here against the Angels. Was dominant in the postseason last year, 4-0, 2 wins against the Phillies. I think what Andy Pettitte has proven as he gets older, how he's really evolved into a 4-pitch pitcher is exciting to watch.
You know what? The postseason was great for him, Al. He clinched every single round of the playoffs. 4-0, 3.52, just 26 hits and 30 and 2/3 innings, 11 walks and 25 strikeouts. He's a veteran. He knows how to pitch in big games. And Joe Girardi said this is a perfect guy to have on the mound with the pomp and circumstance of the home opener. Now, one of the nicest moments during the ring ceremony, Hideki Matsui got a rousing ovation. We'll take a look back at what Hideki did when he was here with the Yankees and also in the postseason. All of that coming up. Remember, that's segment 2, then first pitch after that. A sellout crowd here for the home opener at the new Yankee Stadium. Second home opener taking place here, obviously. Yankees have taken the field. Andy Pettitte's taking his warm-ups. He's actually just finished up. Let's take a look at today's Angels starting lineup presented by our good friends at Lexus. They haven't been hitting. Eric Ibar is the shortstop. He'll lead off. Former Yankee Bobby Abreu in right field. Torrey Hunter is the center fielder, about third. Another former Yankee DH, Hideki Matsui. Kendry Morales at first. Juan Rivera in left. Howie Kendricks, the second baseman. Jeff Mathis will bat eighth. He's going to catch. And batting ninth and playing third base is Brandon Wood. A little bit of a different look for the Angels without Sean Figgins and Vladimir Guerrero. Eric Ibar is ready. The veteran left-hander Andy Pettitte is ready. We're ready. You're ready. Let's do it. Here in the Bronx as Pettitte delivers, and we are underway with a strike.
Andy Pettitte is one start up in Boston, very respectable, the 1.5 ERA. Nice outing, ended up getting a no decision. The Yankees won in extra innings.
Pitch outside to Ibar. Andy is fourth home opener. He's 3-0, and other ones that he started with a 3.0 ERA. There's a strike.
Let's take a look at this scouting report. It's only fitting. Andy Pettitte, 13 different seasons with the Yankees. Only five other Yankees have done it. Whitey Ford, Red Ruffing, Ron Guidry, Lefty Gomez, Bob Sharkey. You got the idea. True champion, 5-time world champion.
That one is blooped. Short right field, and it's going to dunk in for a base hit. Nick Swisher runs the ball in, then we'll flip it into Teixeira. So Ibar with a leadoff single.
He clinched every postseason game last year, the only one to ever do it, and no signs of slowing down. We just showed his numbers up in Boston. I really like the way Andy, as any veteran pitcher at 37 years old, he used to be primarily fastball, cutter, occasional little changeup. He throws a lot of little first early count curveballs, changes speeds on his breaking ball. It's just him evolving as a pitcher. 192 lifetime wins. A true veteran in every sense of the word.
Here's Bobby Abreu. Now the Angels are off to a slow start. They are 2-5 in their first 7 games. Kind of stumbled out of the gate. Their bullpen has not pitched well. Their starters have not done well, and their offense not clicking. So you don't have those components working, you're not going to win. And there's a strike.
They've been giving up a lot of long balls, Michael, and they have done so in the past. Anaheim, pretty good place to hit. But when you got a guy like Irvin Santana who's starting today, giving up a couple home runs, Joe Saunders, they have good arms. But I think there's an issue with there. And also, too, I think Sean Figgins, I see how Eric Ibar does, but I think Figgins is going to be sorely missed. Definite catalyst guy. He was signed as a free agent up with the Seattle Mariners, and this guy's got a void to fill, Ibar.
Well, they have the leadoff void to fill, Al, and then they have the third base void to fill with Brandon Wood. And Wood, who's batting ninth, is certainly struggling early going as well. So Mike Scioscia trying to integrate all these new faces into the lineup and into the Angel way of doing things. Socha, the longtime Angels manager, one of the most respected managers in the game. Many people feel he's the best manager in the game.
Well, you don't hate to pin it on a manager, but I think he does so many things kind of progressive and non-conventional, and really get every year has his team right in it, postseason caliber.
The 0-1 came right in on Abreu on the count, 0-2. 13 seasons as a player, two-time All-Star with the Dodgers. He's been the Angel manager since 2000, won a World Series in 2002, 5 division titles, and he's been the manager of the year twice, including last year when he navigated his team through the tragedy of losing the young pitcher Nick Adenhart in a car accident. The 0-2, 1-2.
You know, talking to some of the people who cover the Angels, they're talking about how this team, when you have an offense that's sputtering the way the Angels are, it just seems flat. You could see it with any team. If they're not scoring, you find reasons why they're not winning. But normally, Socha is a guy that really prides his team on first to third, movement, a lot of hit and run.
The 1-2, swing and a miss. Abreu down on strikes. Let's take a look at the Yankees defense, which is brought to you by Mercedes. In the outfield, you've got Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher. That's left to right. In the infield, it's Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter, Robinson Cano, and Mark Teixeira. That's third to first. Posada behind the plate, and Andy Pettit is on the mound. See his numbers at home openers: 3-0, 3.00. Here's Torrey Hunter. Foul back. Last year, Torrey hit .299, 22 homers, and 90 runs batted in. One of the few Angels actually hitting early, .348, a home run, and 4 ribbies with a good on-base percentage.
I mean, you talk about a personality in the game. Torrey Hunter's it. He's a good guy, wins a lot of humanitarian philanthropic awards, and just has fun. Just talking to him before, he was thrilled to be part of, as a visiting player here at opening day, Yankee Stadium. And I think I've shared that with you, Michael. Not only is it special for the Yankee fans and these Yankee players, but even as a visiting team. There's opening day, and then there's Yankee Stadium opening day.
The 0-1. There's a strike. Hey, let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow Tea. Not the prettiest day here in the Bronx. 52 degrees, humidity is 48%, wind 5 to 10 miles per hour, and the forecast is for cloudy and possible showers as well.
Stay away.
You mean the rain, right?
Away, yeah.
I thought you were talking to me.
Well.
I was talking to Girardi about the possible rain today. He said, well, what else? He said, that's all we had last year. He said it worked out. If it wants to rain, let it rain.
Not opening day. It's a great ceremony. Everybody's all excited about the upcoming season, and also seeing the ring up on the board there, the championship ring.
The 1-2. Fouled straight back here. They've turned the lights on here at Yankee Stadium because of the overcast skies. And the pitch upstairs.
Eric Ivor in the minor leagues over 5 seasons averaged over 30 stolen bases. Last year he had 14 in 137 games, and it's part of, he's got the speed. There's no question about it. And Socha and the Angels look forward to him running more. But what makes Andy Pettit so tough? He's got the most pickoffs in the history of the game, 97. But he varies his leg kick and really upsets the timing of a runner. Runner just wants to be able to get a rhythm and a timing from the pitcher. Very difficult to run off of Andy Pettit. And he's He's able to hang. This is what makes it unique and difficult. This is say, well, if you're left-handed, it's easy to throw over and pick somebody off. It all depends on your leg kick. You can't break the plane, the pitcher's rubber, so you have to pick up straight in line and then still be able to either throw over if you think he's going and be able to go home.
High fly ball, deep center. Going back, Granderson, still back. He has room. That'll make the play right on the warning track for the second out. And that's going to bring up Matsui. Let's listen to the reception.
Now batting for the Angels, the designated hitter, number 55, Hideki Matsui.
Now, Andy Pettit helped that ovation because he stepped off for the fans to show their love to Matsui, because he could feel that it was building, and he just stepped off the rubber, and then Matsui stepped out and tipped his helmet. And the pitch. There's a strike. Matsui has always had an innate ability to rise to the occasion. The Yankees played a game at the Tokyo Dome. He hits a home run. His first game here at Yankee Stadium, he hits a grand slam. His first World Series last year, he was almost impossible to get out. So the big stage does not make this guy wilt. He's always been a clutch player. First with the Tokyo Giants and then the 7 years with the Yankees. Derek Jeter led the Yankee team to rush up to Matsui, and they all hugged him. And Derek Jeter said he's always been one of my favorite teammates. He said he always came ready to play, no excuses, and did what he had to do. Matsui in 56 postseason games, a .312 hitter with 10 home runs. And the 0-2 missed outside.
Well, I think about the Yankee way, and for the reception to be had, he's a nice guy all the way around, as you say, Michael, and you've been around the team long enough, and to have the team embrace him the way he did. You just mentioned Andy Pettit stepping off the mound, allowing him to get the deserving ovation, and he's just a nice guy and professional all the way around, even with the language barrier and lacking some ability to communicate all the time.
Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did. So Matsui strikes out, and Andy Pettit works a scoreless first inning. No runs to hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Angels nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. We go to the bottom of the first inning. The Angels have taken the field. Urban Santana taking his warm-ups. And let's take a look now at today's Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, leads off. Batting second and DHing is Nick Johnson. Mark Teixeira is the first baseman. He'll hit third. Cleaning up and playing third, Alex Rodriguez. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, will bat fifth. Batting sixth and catching, Jorge Posada. Curtis Granderson is in center field. He's going to bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing right field, Nick Swisher. And Brett Gardner is in left field. He will bat ninth.
And the 27-year-old right-hander, Urban Santana. His first start, he got roughed up a little against Minnesota. Ended up going 6 innings, 4 runs, couple home runs. This is a guy that had a tremendous fastball, had some elbow issue, and hurt his arm. Dropped his velocity, very good slider. Let's take a look at the pitcher scatter report. Well, giving up the long ball last year, only 139 innings, 24 home runs. That's not a good ratio. He leaves a lot of high fastballs. Get back to the old form in 08, 16-7 with a 3.49 ERA. I said about his elbow troubles. A nasty slider. Talking to Kevin Long, the hitting coach, he tried to get some fastballs early in the count, but he really has at times an unhittable slider. Last year in 09, Michael, 157 batting average against on his slider. Very impressive.
Here's Derek Jeter now. The Yankees were 4-2 on the road trip. Amazingly, they have yet to get a first inning hit. They're 0 for 18 with just 1 walk by Mark Teixeira. And now they're 0 for 19 as Brandon Wood fields the Jeter ground ball. 1 away. Let's take a look at the Angels defense, which is brought to you by Mercedes. In the outfield, you've got Rivera, Hunter, and Abreu. That's left to right. Interesting point, though. teams have been running against these guys, taking a lot of liberties with the outfielders' arms, and they all historically have good arms. Wood, Ibar, Kendrick, and Morales third to first. Mathis behind the plate. Santana is on the mound. And there's a strike to Nick Johnson. It's pretty impressive when you consider the Yankees are 4-2, and Nick Johnson, their number 2 hitter, and Mark Teixeira, their number 3 hitter, are combined 6 for 46. That's 130. But they do have 12 walks between them, so they're getting on base.
Well, that says a lot, and especially in this day and age. But they're obviously not hit their stride yet. And Teixeira historically has had a slow start in his career in April. But they're getting on base, as you say, Michael.
Oh, that one's hit deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. Long home run into the bleachers for Nick Johnson. There's a first inning hit. There's a first inning run. There's a 1-0 Yankee lead.
Nick Johnson in his career takes a lot of pitches, and from that approach right there, talking about jumping on early fastballs against Santana, right down the middle, back leg, good swing, knew it right off the bat. Aggressive approach.
Pitch to Mark Teixeira, a strike.
Just getting his hips through. Boom. He knows it right there. I don't know, that Boston series, he was taking a lot of pitches. I know he sees a lot. Likes to get deep in the count, but you get that fastball, especially again against a Santana who leaves elevated fastballs, and you don't want him to get to the off-speed stuff.
Now, they worked a lot with Nick Johnson, they being batting coach Kevin Long, about keeping your weight on your back leg so you can hit home runs here at Yankee Stadium. Nick has never really been a home run hitter, but this park is so conducive to a left-handed hitter. Nick Johnson could hit 25 home runs here, and he's not that sort of hitter.
Well, Kevin Long, I think, does a great job communicating, and also just really his whole fundamentals of hitting. And you're right. It's amazing. In a lot of sense, with players, you end up being who you are. And Kevin Long doesn't want to change Nick Johnson per se, but you almost forget, hey, you're a big guy. You have a chance to drive a ball. Take it. I remember John Olerud, having played with him, and he was a line drive, left center field, gap to gap guy. But once in a while, I know Cito Gaston, who managed there with Gene Tennyson, said, you got an inner half fastball, especially early in the count. Let it fly.
And the 3-2, strike 3. Teixeira down looking, so his struggles continue. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Here's Alex Rodriguez. Pitch outside. Alex was like a kid that comes down the steps at Christmas today. He has been waiting for this ring his whole career. That was the one line on the resume that was missing. And he had a goofy grin when he was standing on the dugout steps waiting to be called to get the ring. And he talked about it with me in spring training. He said, I'm going to wear this ring every single day this year. I don't care if people don't wear it. I want to wear it every day. Look at that smile. This is just about as he's about to get introduced. And like I said, like a goofy grin. He was so thrilled to finally get that ring.
Well, and a huge monkey off his back, until, as a Yankee, and we hear it often with Derek Jeter and guys that have been here a long time, it's about winning championships. You can have a great season, and it looks good and feels good when you go home and you look at your numbers, but here with this organization and what they've been able to accomplish, it's about winning, and it is about that ring. I don't care how much money you make. The ring still means so much to these players.
High fly ball. Right center. Torrey Hunter will make the play for the final out of the inning. But the Yankees finally get a first inning hit off the bat of Nick Johnson. 1-1 pitch. He just crushed it. Gave a souvenir out to the bleacher creatures. After one, it's 1-0 Yanks.
Dish Network.
It is What is the best part of the opening day ceremonies? You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. Is it the ring ceremony, raising of the championship banner, player introductions, or the ceremonial first pitch? Vote. We'll tell you how you voted a little bit later on. Here's Kendry Morales. And the backdoor breaking ball is a strike.
Morales struggling early on. What a year he had last year. The team MVP for the Angels, and struggling a little bit. They're off speed, a lot of slow stuff away, and he's been a little anxious as hitters get, especially middle of the order guys, when their team is struggling offensively a little.
He is definitely one of the Yankee killers, and these are some of the other guys that do some serious work against the Yankees. Kendrick, Napoli, Wood, and Kendry Morales. That one is looped into right field. It's a base hit. Sean Figgins used to always hurt the Yankees as well, but he is now with Seattle, as we mentioned. So a leadoff single for Kendry Morales. Both of the Angels singles probably couldn't break a pane of glass, but
blacken your eye?
No, couldn't blacken your eye. But there'll be line drives in the box score. Welcome to the cliche half inning. Here's another former Yankee, Juan Rivera.
Had a nice year. Career highs in home runs and RBIs last year.
There's a strike.
You were talking about the outfield defense being run on. They played the Twins and the A's. A couple more of the fleet-footed players playing for those respective teams. But you know, Rivera's a guy. As you get older, you realize some of your deficiencies, and you got to work on it. Came to spring training, lost 15 pounds. Hoping to get some more range in left field, which he's lost some, as any player does when they get older. Torrey Hunter winning another Gold Glove in center field. Certainly is nice news for Torrey's, thinking that he's got a left fielder that can cover more ground.
Grounded foul. Let's take a look at the umpires today. Hunter Wendelstedt is behind the plate. Dan Bellino is the first base ump. He's a new ump this year. Jerry Lane is the crew chief. He's at second, and Mike Winters is over at third.
There's a few new umpires. They had 3 or 4 that retired. I just saw Randy Marsh, longtime umpire, here at the stadium.
You know, Chuck Merriweather has been bothered by back problems, and he's not umpiring this year. The 1-2. Grounded slowly toward short. Jeter has one play. He makes it his first, as Morales will advance to second. Stay tuned during the 6th inning for a message from our friends at the Fox Business Network. Here's Howie Kendrick, one of those Yankee killers we told you about. Pitch upstairs, 1-0. So the Yankees lead 1-0 on Nick Johnson's home run.
You know, every team has their young phenom players, and Kendrick is that guy. And last year was a big rude awakening for him. After having been up in the big leagues, they sent him down. He was struggling, and after his recall, they sent him down for about a month or so, and came back, but at 351 the rest of the way.
Snap throw to second. Just getting back is Morales.
Like to see that from Jorge. Last year, much improved with throwing runners out. He's a little bit too aggressive of a secondary lead with Morales. Nice little pick by Robbie. Oh, he may have been out
if he held on, yeah.
And that's important. That little aspect of what Posada just did there, that's going to shorten the secondary lead. Any hard base hit to the outfield will maybe mean the difference for the third base coach, whether to wave him home or not.
3-0 is low, so he walks Kendrick. Runners on first and second. with 1 out. Now, the last time Andy Pettitte threw a home opener for the Yankees was way back on April 8th of 2003, so it's been 7 years. And in that game, Pettitte went 5 2/3 innings, 3 runs, and he got the win in a 7-3 victory over the Twins. Andy had that 3-year sabbatical from the Yankees while he was with the Houston Astros. Helped the Astros to a World Series that year. They didn't win, but he got him in there. Here's Jeff Mathis. Popped up, right field. The runner at second goes all the way to third. Nick Swisher's going to try to double him up, and he couldn't get the throw there. So a brain cramp by Morales. He thought there were 2 outs. And Dino Ebel, the third base coach, is hurriedly pointing towards second. He just forgot how many outs there were, and Nick Swisher could not make the right throw.
And Scioscia is hot, fuming. And this is the kind of game where he will mention it as to, you got to know how many outs there are. Certainly, see the third base coach hold him up. He's got to get back. Swisher makes a nice throw, just pulls Jeter off. That's a no-no in the major leagues. Look up and see how many outs there are anywhere, not only in major leagues.
And on a Scioscia team that's drilled in fundamentals, and Al said that's the sort of thing that's going to get him really hot, and he will address it right away. And you make mistakes like that, you won't play. And you won't be on the team that long if you keep making those mistakes.
Happened with Juan Rivera. He was kind of coasting. It was a double, and maybe could have stretched it out. He'd let him have it. This was last year. See Jeter's stretch. He knows he's got to play first baseman there.
I guess he did not see Morales going or being that far off the bag, and then he hurried his throw. You know, in a way, you can't blame Nick Swisher for not realizing that Morales was going. Why should Nick Swisher think that Morales was going to pull a rock? I mean, Morales played against type there. You know, there's 1 out. You can't run. So I think it took Nick Swisher by surprise.
Yeah, and that's where communication comes in. But it's part of the game. People are going to forget the outs. And Cano or Teixeira, I'm sure, was yelling to Nick. But you're right. It's an element of surprise. But he had plenty of time. Enough to, you saw the timing aspect. He could have.
He's going to get him out here. Fly ball to right. Wood is retired by Swisher, and that's going to do it for the Angels. No runs a hit, and 2 men left. Go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Yankees. Time to take a look at the American Airlines upcoming schedule. 2 more games against the Angels tomorrow afternoon and then Thursday night. Then the Texas Rangers come to town Friday night and Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Monday's a travel day for the Yankees, and they go to the West Coast where they'll play 3 against the A's and 3 against these Angels in Anaheim. Here's Robinson Cano.
Nice start for Robinson. Still on that 5-hole, protecting Alex Rodriguez through a 362 home runs.
And he's going to get so many opportunities. You see the guys hitting before him. Jeter, Johnson, Teixeira, and A-Rod. There will be people on base. Had 48 doubles last year.
So that pitch right there, Michael, you talk about a plan and approach, and Kevin Long, everybody in this organization, people follow the Yankees, know that he's got certainly the skill and the ability to hit the ball hard anywhere. It's a matter of him understanding the circumstance and the situation that's in front of him. Runners in scoring position last year, he wasn't as good. He had 207 batting average. And as Kevin Long, the hitting coach, says, it's about a plan and knowing what you're trying to accomplish.
That one's driven to center field deep. Going back, Hunter. Still back. It's over his head. And it rolls to the wall. We told you he had 48 doubles last year. There's a double right there to start off the second.
Kevin's got to be happy about that. At night, he got all fastballs. He got in a good count. 3-0. Took the 3-0 heater. And another one right down Broadway. Nice swing. Didn't try to do a whole lot. Pulling off the ball. It's his 3rd double of the season. Corey Hunter playing it off the wall. Great approach. You get Robinson Cano relaxed and really confident and just let his raw ability play out. It's going to be a fun year to watch him.
Here's Posada off to a good start. And that one is blocked by Mathis, but it kicks away, and Robinson Cano heads to third.
Well, there's a platoon situation. Mathis and Napoli. See, pulling out. How's that slider? Now, he's anticipating a slider from Santana. Early in the count, you want to get a strike if you're the pitcher. That ball, he just wasn't able to get his body. Now, you see it was a backdoor slider. That ball just yanked. Wasn't able to get in front of it. Not a good pitch.
Yankees have an RBI opportunity here. Pitch is inside. Posada has caught for the Yankees in 16 straight seasons. And what's significant about that? He's the first catcher to do that since Johnny Bench did it with the Cincinnati Reds. Usually catchers don't last 16 seasons, let alone with one team. And he walks Posada on 4 pitches.
Yeah, it says a lot about where Santana is. And Posada, to your point, this winter down in Florida, he was riding 50 miles a day on his bike and just recognizing that to maintain and stay a major leaguer, you got to stay in good shape, especially when you get in that late 30s.
Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, quickly out to talk with Santana. So Yankees have runners on first and third, bringing up Curtis Granderson. Now, Granderson had a good road trip. The Yankees had a good road trip. They were 4-2, but Granderson was 5 for 13 against right-handed pitching with 2 home runs, and against lefties he was 3 for 10, which is 300. Last year, so much concern about it because he hit 183 against lefties. It's going to be baby steps, but he's trying to feel more comfortable. Now, this hit against Beckett was his first Yankee at bat. And then the other home run came against Papelbon in extra innings and gave the Yankees the win. There's a strike.
Always has been a good fastball hitter, as you just saw him turning on 2 of the better fastball pitchers in baseball, Papelbon and Beckett. Santana starts him off with a slider. Well, right now Santana's struggling with his command overall, but if he's just going to be pumping 90, 91, 92 mile an hour heaters, it's going to be a short day for him. You got to be unpredictable. Off-speed pitches and fastball counts. Hit your spots.
Grounded foul.
Not easy, I know. It takes a lot to be effective and a quality starter in the major leagues. But the concern really for Santana has been, prior to him having his arm troubles a year ago, his velocity's down. Here's a guy that threw 95, 96 consistently.
1-2. Check swing. Now the Angels are not holding on Posada, so they have no respect for his speed at all. Now Kenji Morales is kind of hovering behind him, but when Santana really zeroes in on the catcher Mathis, Morales starts to backpedal. So we have seen Posada really take off if they don't pay any attention to him. Count 3-2. Would they send him on 3-2?
I think the way Santana's throwing it, very unpredictable. You talk about high, hot, cold guy. It could be a strike him out, throw him out situation. I wouldn't, not with nobody out. You still are in a sack fly situation or score a run.
Foul away.
Granderson is a guy that's susceptible to the strikeout. It's another thing that Kevin Long's working with him is a better 2-strike approach. Don't feel the way through your swing when you're down 2 strikes.
3-2. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did. Granderson was heading to first. Thought he had walked.
Mike Winters. No, that's all that counts is the third base umpire.
Looked like he went around.
Yeah. Is there ever a replay when you look at that it looks like they didn't go around?
It's very rare, you're right. I think they could say swing on everyone.
Well, the rule is the intent to swing.
Which is ridiculous because you always have the intent to swing.
As soon as you get in the batter's box, hopefully.
Here's Nick Swisher. That's like the rule with pitchers. You know, if you're trying to deceive the runner, it's a ball. Well, every time you're trying to deceive the runner.
Deceive the runner, deceive the hitter, anything.
One thing to point out, Posada was smart. He did not start jogging to second thinking that it was a walk, because it would have been a double play then. He stayed anchored there and waited for the call at the third base umpire.
This is a nice two. So far, he's been throwing all four seams. Santana, look at that run back. Greg Maddux made a career of that. Coming in on the front hip, get out of the way. Whoop. Looked like it had black. Close enough, I think, for home plate umpire Hunter Winostep.
Swing and a miss. So Santana 1 out away from getting out of a first and third, nobody out jammed.
Well, fastball, and then nasty slider. He's got a good one. Hitters get in defensive counts with Santana. He still has the ability to throw a late breaking, good biting slider. Right there, the Swisher. Hard to lay off. And when you have the fastball slider combination Santana has, difficult to lay off or hold off on a slider, especially when the hitter's in a 1-2-0-2 count.
Here's Brett Gardner. And a strike. So Santana seems to be going into another gear with runners on base. Gave up the home run in the first inning. Nick Johnson, that's where we are right now, 1-0. Bottom of the second. Another strike.
Yeah, another gear, not only with the runners on, but now velocity. That's the first 94-mile-an-hour fastball he's thrown. It's a protect mode for Gardner. Let's see if he comes back with that slider as he did the Swisher.
In the dirt, blocked nicely by Mathis. Yankees open the season on the road now here at Yankee Stadium, and Yankee Stadium was very kind to them last year, including the postseason. They were 64-25 here at Yankee Stadium, so that is a home field advantage. 1-2, 2-2. The view from the Great Hall here at Yankee Stadium. That is a great hall. And just hanging out, watching the game on the big screen. The 2-2. Now Gardner, you don't think of him as a big-time 300 hitter yet in his career, but he's a 324 hitter in his career with runners on in scoring position.
Well, just watching this at bat, Michael, he got down 0-2, took a couple sliders, tough pitches just off the plate. That fastball there was off the plate. Your better hitters are comfortable in 2-strike counts.
Runner goes. Check swing. Did he go? Did he go? Yes, he did. And Gardner saying, well, why don't you check with the third base umpire? And Wendelstedt said, I don't need to. So Santana strikes out the side with runners on first and third and nobody out. Did he go around? That one did look as if he did. We'll be back. Well, we go to the third inning. Yankees lead 1-0, and Kimberly Jones is getting very, very brave these days. She has ventured out into the bleachers amongst the bleacher creatures, and she is sitting there with the queen of the bleacher creatures. Kimberly?
I am indeed, Michael. You're right on all counts. And this is the queen, Tina Lewis.
Tina, this is your area. This is your home, right?
My house. It's my house. Welcome to my house.
Well, thank you very much for having us. How many opening days is this for you?
Well, 30 years. So it's got to be 30 years. I don't know how many that would be.
That's a lot of them. How did today stack up? You saw them get their rings. You obviously welcomed Matsui along with the rest of the stadium. You welcomed him back as well.
It was bittersweet. Well, I'm very happy that we won, and it's very sad for Matsui. I really, really loved him. Everybody loved him. It was kind of sad to see him in another uniform.
What was it feeling like out here, though? You guys were all screaming, I bet.
No. Yeah, it was a lot of tears.
You know, on Sunday when we were leaving Tampa, Nick Swisher said, I can't wait to get home and get back to the creatures. He was anxious to see you guys. How does he stack up as left fielders go, or right fielders go? You have a lot of fun with Nick?
Oh, he's the best. Down to earth, very nice, 100% happy to be here, you could tell. And we love him out here. He's just, I love him. He's down to earth. One of us.
You came over from Section 39, of course, the old Yankee Stadium. Give us a favorite opening day memory from the bleachers.
Wow. You know what, if I had to pick a favorite, I think it would be 1996, the snow, but my top favorite, waited so long to see him win, would be 1997. It was just emotional, and when they got their rings, and it was just great. It was just, waited so long to see him.
Lots of emotions out here today. Lots of fun, too. Tina the Queen, thank you so much for joining us.
Kim, welcome, and you can come anytime you want. We love you out here.
I appreciate that, Tina. Thank you. Michael, same to you and Al.
Well, thank you so much, Kim. So the queen of the bleachers, the queen of yes, Tina and Kim. So we thank them for that little spot from out in the bleachers. The day she was talking about the opening in '96, Andy was on the mound. It was a snowy day here. They were playing through the snowflakes. Strike three, Ibar down looking. April 9th, 1996. Al, have you ever played in weather like that?
Yes.
You played in Toronto.
Well, Dome, but the Chicago a couple times. Boy, what a difference, huh? How nice the weather is. Oh.
Looks like a baseball on a snow globe.
That you expect October and postseason somewhere in Cleveland or Chicago.
Now, when you got to Toronto, Al, weren't they still in exhibition stadium?
They were, yes. I traded in, well, it was traded in May, and then that was the last year of the old stadium. 89, May, and then June, we moved into Skydome. You know, the bleacher crowd, I thought that was great with Kim Jones, and that is one aspect also as a visiting player. You come in here, the hollering and the screaming, and they're so passionate, very unique. Each stadium has their own unique kind of flair about it. That's one of them. And I'm glad that they were able to move the bleacher creatures of what it meant to the old stadium to the new stadium. Guys enjoy the ragging and the passion, whether you're a visiting player and certainly the home team. But when they introduce all the players, I think it's a real neat experience. A roll call.
Did you get roll called out? Did you start a game the second time around for the Yankees?
Yeah, I don't know if they do the pitchers.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Well, you're so locked in and Springsteen's blaring. Although by then it was Tim McGraw, right?
But they don't. Oh, yeah. I think I had that one going for a while.
Yeah. Live like
sad.
Live like you're dying. That was your motto.
Yeah, it's good stuff. No, but I think the pitchers, most of the pitchers are locked in, Michael. But wasn't Boomer was the only one, or maybe Coney?
Yeah, Boomer would actually address them as Bobby Abreu strikes out. Well, Torrey Hunter's coming up, and let's take a look at the Home Depot hitter scouting report. Al, you put this together.
Well, he's good high fastball hitter. Gets a little bit swinging a little too hard, but he's always like that high fastball. First silver slugger, and the unique thing about this was that he only played in 119 games, haven't been hurt, but 299, nice season for him. 22 home runs. And Golden Boy, 9 consecutive years of Gold Gloves. They figured out, Michael, and the Fangraphs.com, that over his career, he's robbed 35 home runs of like going over the fence that would have been viewed as home runs. Very impressive, and a highlight reel. He's a lot of fun to watch.
And I really have never had daily dealings with him. He's supposed to be a really good guy.
Great guy. Great with the media and very affable, outgoing, very friendly. And philanthropic. He gives back. He's got a lot of different foundations that he contributes to. You know, it has fun. You know, there's an element. You know, this is business, and it's there's it's a lot at stake. But sometimes you got to remember it's baseball. And his smile and his openness, it's a good thing. I view kind of similar to how Granderson is. Granderson very receptive to the media and big smile and enjoying himself.
2-1. Count 3-1. Fouled away.
That's the big swing right there, Michael. A little bit down, but Michael or Andy Pettit realizing 3-1 count, nobody on. You have the 2 outs. Challenge a guy.
Look at that guy over there behind Matsui's shoulder. Jacket and tie. That's the way they used to go to games all the time.
With
jacket
hats.
and tie and hats. I like that. 3-2. Torrey Hunter walks. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball here on the Yes Network. It's the home opener here in the Bronx, and the Yankees are leading 1-0 on the first inning home run by Nick Johnson.
That's a beautiful shot. You talked about the stadium having a voice. There were some moments last year that this place came alive, and obviously now after the World Championship, winning it, and then the ring ceremony today, I think that there's not a problem at all with this place and the pulse that it has.
Well, as Derek Jeter said that last game against the Orioles at the old place, he said, we can bring it across the street. They really seem like they have. The place looks like the old place and has that feel as well, and now it has a championship to go along with it. Matsui grounds it to Jeter, who steps on the bag, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We've played 2.5. Yankees are leading 1-0 here in the Bronx.
A car driver's 10 best. And Edmunds' editor's most wanted. But most impressive, ALG's highest projected resale value.
The wicked fun, wallet smart Mazda 3.
It's that way.
I know.
Lease a 2010 Mazda 3i Sport 4-door for $199 a month for 42 months with 0 due at lease signing. Hurry, offer ends soon. Zoom Zoom. Today, tomorrow, forever.
The 2009 New York Yankees are world.
Formed today and by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. A lot of concessions being bought on a day like this, and you can buy the concessions here, and you can still see the stadium. You're not blocked out, so it's kind of a neat feature in this new ballpark as well. Derek Jeter will lead off. He grounded to third. That was in the first. And the pitch is high. Count 2-0.
Looking at the numbers across the board, Michael, Derek's had the most success of all the Yankee hitters. 435 coming in today against Santana, 2 home runs.
That one's driven out to deep right center, giving chase. Torrey Hunter looking up. See ya! Home run, Derek Jeter, and the Yankees lead 2-0.
Well, 3 home runs now against Santana. Well, what do you say about a great player who just gets it done and has, you're talking about having a good time and just playing the game right, puts a good swing on a 2-0 fastball. Patented swing, that right center field approach. It's beautiful to watch.
Mom and Dad are loving it. And Sister Shirley there as well. So Derek with his first home run of the year. Yankees with 2 solo shots lead 2-0. And in Al's scouting report, he told you that Santana's been giving up the long ball. In fact, all of the Angel pitchers have been giving up the long ball. Now, you don't go crazy over it because they were both solo shots, but you start to give them up with people on base, then they start to really hurt. Nick Johnson got the Yankees started with the long ball with a home run in the first inning with 1 out.
Yeah, but you know, Michael, you're right, solo home runs generally don't beat you. But when you have a guy, he had 24 home runs, given up 139 innings. You as a hitter and a team and the hitting coach, you know that the guy gives up a lot of home runs. And because of careless mistakes. Good swing, Nick Johnson, letting it fly. You get in good counts, generally speaking, when a guy gives up a lot of fastball. It's a guy who's proud of his heater.
Check swing, did he go? No. Said Mike Mathis. Mike Winters, I'm sorry.
So how there, that's an example right there. Good at bat. Nick Johnson gets 0-2, has a good eye. Watch him hold up. This time he held up. Mike Winters making the right call. His 8th walk of the year. As a 2-hole hitter, you'd like for him to be a little faster, be able to move to first or third on a base hit to right field or anywhere to the outfield. But I like the approach. Takes a lot of pitches. And give the big boppers and Teixeira and A-Rod and Cano a chance to drive it.
Mark Teixeira struggling through a rocky start. He did have 3 hits on Saturday, but he has not had a hit in any other game. And he gets one taken away right there. Morales throws to second for a 3-6 double play. Turned beautifully by Kendry Morales.
This is a hot smash. You see Morales just coming off the base, a 1-hopper, tag the bag, making sure when you make that throw, it's on the inside part of the baseline so you don't cross up your shortstop. Ideally, if Nick Johnson would have been able to cut in on the inside part of the baseline, maybe it would have been a block out that throw. Good play all the way around.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. Buzzed him inside. 8 career starts against the Yankees. Santana 5-2 with a 5.21 ERA. High fly ball, right center. Hunter has room, and he puts it away for the final out of the 3rd. Yankees 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, and because of the double play, nobody left. The 1 hit off the bat of Derek Jeter. It goes the other way. Fastball up and away into the Yankee bullpen. Parents like it, so do the Yankees. 2-0.
Stop smoke.
The pitch from Andy Pettit. And the pitch is a strike to Kendry Morales. Hideki Matsui tied a World Series record with 6 ribbies in Game 6 of the 09 World Series. Who did he tie?
Do you know?
Do I know? No, I don't. Do you know?
Yes.
Well, Paul O'Neill actually got a trivia question this weekend.
Because he was probably him.
No, it wasn't him.
No.
So that means that hot places do freeze over. Maybe you'll get this one.
Thanks, Michael.
Swing and a miss. Andy looks sharp.
That's a beautiful pitch. Great setup. An effective change. Watch the changeup run away here. Morales, they tried to get him off speed. He's been struggling, stepping in the bucket. That's the effect. Watch him chase here. Now, Andy comes inside, hard cutter, good fastball. But this is what's opening up the plate for Andy Pettit as he's evolved into, you know, a little bit older guy and realizing that his velocity is not the same. Ball running away. Great changeup. Fastball, change, curve, slider. Nice little 89, getting the count. Rivera sizing him up. Now he can go in all different ways. He can stand him up again. He can use that changeup.
count 1-1. You know, Andy, when he first came up, was a fastball changeup pitcher. Then he developed the cutter, which became almost his exclusive pitch. And then I once asked him, I said, well, why can't you throw both? And he said, just because of the way you release the cutter. Tomahawks that, and a high fly ball is shallow left center. Granderson's there. And there's 2 outs. And he said that just the way you throw the cutter, your hand is on a different angle than it is on a changeup. It's difficult to master both of them at the same time.
I couldn't agree with him more, and I was the similar pitcher to Andy, but I couldn't evolve to being able to consistently throw that pitch that he just struck Kendry Morales out. It's exactly right. You curve, slider, cutter, fastball, you kind of you turn your hand in a little bit, cutting into the right hand. A changeup, you got to keep your thumb underneath, and you have to invert or pronate your hand. And they're really two different feels, completely. One almost a screwball effect, the two-seamer changeup where your hand is going out, and then the slider, cutter, fastball. There's a changeup. And it's difficult to maintain the consistency and have the effectiveness that's necessary to be a consistent winner. But I've seen him, last year, the 14-win season, and he's really been able to do it more consistently. And in some cases, Michael, as you get older, it's out of necessity. Where you see, you're looking in, and he's looking into his catcher and a great relationship with Posada, and you see different places that you could go to, as opposed to kind of that tunnel vision of, hey, I got a good fastball cutter and I'm going to stay with it and live and die by it. That's beautiful. Big, slow curveball. Howie Kendrick is another very good fastball hitter, and they've given him a big dose of breaking balls. He's got a nice grip, backdoor, throw it again.
2-2. Came in with the cutter then. Yeah. And he's angry with himself. 63 pitches for Andy, 37 strikes. Strike 3. Kendrick down looking, 6 strikeouts for Andy Pettitte. He retires the Angels in order for the first time today. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 2-0 Yankees on Yes. Kendrick at bat. The pitch-by-pitch is brought to you by Suzuki Kazashiel.
Well, he went right after him with the fastball, cut a little bit on the outside part of the plate, changeup, which offsets the eye set of Kendrick. You see the backdoor curveball, comes back with another one, doesn't get the barrel out. Now this sets him up with the fastball, moves his feet, and then he ends up dotting the outside corner with a beautiful fastball. The previous cutter set up that fastball away. After Kendrick moved his feet, then this pitch right here just locked him up.
And Cano rips one into right center field. Cano is 2 for 2 as Hunter gets the ball in quickly. $2-0 Yankees here in the bottom of the 4th inning. First of 81 regular season home games at the stadium. First game of a 3-game set against the Angels, and Texas Rangers follow the Angels in. Here's Jorge Posada, who walked in the 2nd inning. One of the most moving moments, I thought, during the ring ceremony was when longtime trainer Gene Monahan, who's been with the team, the Major League team since 1973, was actually a bat boy in Fort Lauderdale for the Yankees during spring training in 1962. And he has been battling a serious ailment and battling it bravely. And he was not on the road with the Yankees, but he did receive his ring, and Jorge Posada orchestrated the whole team coming out and giving Gino a standing ovation, and Gino was visibly moved, and that was one of the most moving parts of the ring ceremony.
A beloved man, and not only just for the players in the training room and treatment, all that, he's just a fun guy to have around and positive person.
Snap throw to first, and Cano is back.
Yeah, and Gino felt it too, and the fans gave him the well-deserved reception.
And there's Gino. He gets the ring. And this meant a lot for Gino to be here. And he is really loved by every member of the Yankee organization. You could see he was visibly moved by the outpouring of affection from the crowd as Cano goes, and a ground ball to Kendry Morales for the first out, and Cano goes to second. Morales is a slick fielding first baseman. Took a base hit away from Mark Teixeira, made a nice play there on the Posada ground ball.
Hot smash to his left, right down the line. A little one hopper. Quick.
So here's Granderson. Pitch outside.
They're talking about Michael, about Granderson coming over and filling the void for not only Matsui being gone, but Johnny Damon was a very good player here, and an important thing for any player, especially new players, to get off to a good start, as Granderson has. And it's just one of those, I can relax a little bit. You see what Cano's been doing early on. There's just nothing, no gremlins talking in your head. You can just let your ability play out.
Snap throw to second. Nice block there by Ibar.
Very important. Ibar, nice play, as you say, Michael. Again, Posada did the same thing. You get an aggressive runner who wants to get that secondary lead. That's important, because a base hit to the outfield could mean the difference between a third base coach and Thompson to wave Cano home. And the secondary lead is, that would be the normal leave, and then you take a couple steps out. And obviously on contact, a ground ball base hit to the outfield, you have a shot of scoring. So to negate that, you have to pop him on down to second base. I mean, to throw a guy out would be, would be great. I mean, that's the end game, but it's really to keep that runner a little closer.
That one is lined to center field. Coming on is Torrey Hunter. He has to play the ball on a hop. Going to third is Cano. The throw to third is wide. So a base hit for Granderson, and the Yankees have runners on the corners with one out. This moment in Yankees history brought to you by Johnny Walker. Demand greatness in every sip and every season. Johnny Walker, proud sponsor of the New York Yankees. We go to April 13th of '39. Lou Gehrig homers twice in an exhibition game against the Dodgers. And these are the last homers that he would ever hit. April 13th, 1939. The Iron Horse, number 4. No one will ever wear that number again with the New York Yankees. Here's Swisher. Grounded foul. Now the Yankees have done something today, and I don't know if it's going to be there all year. And I think it's pretty cool, and I think it's also being a little intimidating for other teams. They have every single championship banner rimming the upper deck of the stadium. 1923, right through last year. 2009, which is the one on the main flagpole out in left center. But you look up there, Al, and there's another one and another one and another one. There's 27 of them in all, and no other team comes close.
Well, I think it's just a neat idea. I don't know about a 2010 player concerned about the 37 Yankees.
But don't you think, though, that if somebody strolls in here, even an opposing player, and they realize the history of this franchise?
You know what? Unless they fell out of a spaceship from Mars, they have to know about it. I mean, it's, and I said early on, when I got a chance twice as a visiting player to come in here for opening day. It's a special place. There's major league players, there's major league cities, and then there's the events that take place in different ballparks. So you put Wrigley, you got Dodger Stadium, I know you go, and Fenway, and the old Tiger Stadium, but Yankee Stadium is above all of it. And I'm not just saying that because I got the headset on. It's the way guys feel. Now, of course, you come in and you got the bravado of a team. We're going to beat these guys. But you look up. How many times you see young players come in and they would walk around and check out the monuments, and it's a special place.
Well, I remember one story, Al. The 1998 World Series, and the San Diego Padres came in, and you'll see how Nick Swisher gets out of the way of this. And they went almost as a team out to Monument Park, and they were staring there, and they're kind of in awe. And the Yankees, a couple of them came up and said, "We got them." You could see that they're just in awe of the whole situation, and they ended up sweeping them in 4 games. Aura and Mystique appearing nightly. Runner goes. No throw. Swisher took it. And count 3-2, so a stolen base for Granderson.
I think Mathis thought that may have been a strike there.
4th stolen base of the year.
You still got to throw it.
For Granderson. I believe the Yankees are 9 of 11 in stolen bases so far this year. So now the Angels bring the infield in with runners on 2nd and 3rd. A ball squeaks through. It's 2 runs. And Nick Swisher works a walk to load the bases. Time to take a look at the answer to the New York State Smokers Quit Line quiz answer. Hideki Matsui tied a World Series record with 6 ribbies in Game 6 of the 09 series. Now, who did he tie? Al, you have any idea?
No.
Okay, good job by you. Let's take a look. Bobby Richardson. The great Bobby Richardson. I think in that series, Bobby had 12 RBIs. And he won the MVP even though they lost. The infield is in with the bases loaded. And they're going to have the play at home. What a play by Ibar. Oh, my. They had the infield in, a hot shot off the bat of Gardner. Somehow he makes the play and then fires to Mathis to get the out at home.
All the way around. I initially thought this was caught in the air. No, one hop to his right. Nice play, Robbie, and then blocking the play at Mathis. That could have been real dangerous had Robbie decided to barrel him over. Somewhat of a bad throw up the line slightly, but watch it, got a little pinch. Great play behind him. Holding the runner, yeah, early in the game here, Michael. Bottom of the 4th says a lot about good play. Short hop, almost got blocked out by Cano. Right now, Scioscia, with the way the offense has been with his club and how well Andy Pettit's going.
Grounded off of Santana. The play at first, not in time. Granderson scores infield single for Jeter, and the Yankees lead 3-0.
Wow, just a hot smash. Derek going up, looked like hit him on the right thigh and not in good position at all. He's square to the side. It's a reactionary thing anyway when a ball comes hit back to you so hard. Derek, of course, busted out of the batter's box.
Hey, Al, let's go back to the previous maneuver by Scioscia, bringing the infield in with the base load. Now, the only thing I could think of is that they simply don't think that they could double up Brett Gardner under any chance. So they wanted to get the out at home because they figured if they play the infield back and Gardner hits the ball on the ground, it's a run anyway.
Okay, true. But, you know, your best angle, because anytime you have an infield in, you're going to increase the batting average for all the major league hitters of about 100 batting average points. So I think that could be in conjunction with, you know, look, I don't think they're really feeling as offensively as good as they have in the past, and certainly so far struggling.
Well, I get that, Al. So when they had second and third, they brought the infield in. I understood what they did. But when they had the bases loaded, usually put the infield back for the double play. But they couldn't get the double play. They figured on Gardner.
Right.
So they took the chance and bring the
Yes.
infield in.
Yes.
And they almost gave up a hit because of it.
Runs being at a premium. Unusual, and Socha, I think that was in his thinking. There's no doubt about it. It had to be a hot smash, although there may have been hard enough for Ibar to turn it. Gardner is too fast for most double play scenarios.
You know, you're right, Al. You play the what if game. If they're back at double play depth, that ball was hit so hard they probably could have turned a double play. But that's what speed does, and it makes managers think out of the box. And Socha certainly thought out of the box simply because it was Gardner at the plate. Foul back. So Santana has been flirting all day with disaster, and he's somewhat wiggled out of it to the point that his team's still in the game. But one bad pitch here, and the way Andy Pettit's pitching, the way the Yankee bullpen has been performing, and the Angels have been hitting, all of those things could be conspiring to give them a loss. So he knows this is an important batter. Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, looking on. 2-2. The traditional red, white, and blue bunting for big games and opening day. The 2-2. Fouled away. Yankees have the bases loaded. Swisher is at third, Gardner's at second, and Jeter is at first. An extra base hit would clear the base, especially with 2 outs. The 2-2. Nick Johnson cannot hold up. He goes around. Mathis steps on home plate to get the force, and that'll do it. But the Yankees score a run. They leave 3. We played 4. 3-0 Yanks.
People wondered how he'd do in the National League, Michael. I'd say he'll be okay.
I think he's going to do great. Thank you, Bob, and we'll hear from you a little bit later on. I love having Bob here at the stadium.
Oh, it's great.
Good to see him. He smells good today. It's unbelievable.
Looks good. Hey,
the Acela scoreboard, 3-0 Yankees over the Angels. Now, I'm going to tell you
Roy Halladay's going to win 25.
That's what I was just going to say. That one is lined into right field. It is a base hit off the bat of Mathis. Getting it in quickly is Gardner, so Mathis with a leadoff single here in the 5th. If you think about this, Al, and they had a great story in SI about Roy Halladay, and you know we mentioned one of the players earlier was sent down, Howie Kendrick. Roy Halladay was sent down to A-ball to reinvent himself, and Mel Queen, longtime Blue Jays pitching instructor, lowered his arm angle, whatever the case may be. He doesn't have to face the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Rays 18 times because he usually faced them in every single series. And he still was one of the best pitchers in baseball. What's he going to do in the National League? I don't know if he'll
lose.
He might not lose.
He'll get 32, 34 starts. I agree with you. I think for the pitcher, every aspect of his approach and his size and his repertoire, I think he's going to win 25. I mean, he's probably looking on the scoreboard, and that offense is tremendous. I know it's an offensive park. He's looking up there in 4th, 5th inning saying, wow, 5 runs again. What do I do with it?
And every couple of innings, he's looking up and seeing the pitcher in the batter's box. And say, wow, this is neat. No DH.
7, 8, 9. You're right. It's about 3/4 of a run, the differentiation between American League and National League. Assuming it's the same exact pitcher, how you can navigate 7, 8, 9 to get to the pitcher.
The 2-1. Count 3-1. Brandon Wood is an important player for this Angels team. He's taking over for an important player, Sean Figgins. Wood has had the numbers in the minor leagues, big-time numbers, power, but he has never translated that in his short stints in the major league. Now, he has 7 home runs in the big leagues, and ironically, 3 of them have come against the Yankees, but he's got to come close to approximating what he's done down in the minors up here in the bigs, or the Angels are in trouble.
Well, they're giving it to him, and you said it. I mean, here's a guy in 2005, Sporting News Minor League Player of the Year. He was named the top prospect in 06 and 07 by Baseball America. Mickey Hatcher, the hitting coach for the Angels. And it's a matter, you know, I don't want to say sink or swim. It's not that desperate, but they're just saying, look, Brandon, this is yours. Figgins now is up in Seattle.
And Wood works a walk, so Andy Pettit in a little bit of trouble. First and second with nobody out here in the fifth.
And part of that, too, is when you get a young, talented player as Wood is, that you want it so badly. And, you know, I'm a believer in getting off to a good start and just allowing yourself to not think so much. And if you get the struggles early on, as he is now this year, 0-53 coming into today's game, it snowballs. There's no way around it. You have nothing to really go back to other than minor league numbers. And nobody cares about that.
Here's Eric Ibar. Yankees are up by 3. Yankees expecting a bunt. They don't get it. Breaking ball is a strike.
Well, they're not going to give Ibar a freebie. He's got that kind of speed. So Alex Rodriguez and Mark Teixeira, they got to respect the fact that you have a leadoff guy that can bunt. And it just really helps a hitter to increase the angle. Obviously, this is bunt depth here.
Comes inside with a cutter, and the count 1-1.
3-0, obviously not insurmountable. It's a matter of getting it out right here. Andy Pettit thinking ground ball pitch, which generally speaking is a pitch that you try to crowd a hitter.
And the count 1-2.
And reason so, you want most hitters, even little guys, you're going to want extension away from you. Generally speaking, something even off speed away, you get a little fly ball if a guy's out front. But it's hard for hitters from the left-handed batter, right-handed, or left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter to really get inside the baseball and drive the pitch inside. Andy Pettit done a career with that.
Hit softly toward Alex Rodriguez. He gets the out at first. The runners move up. Time for another look at today's Toyota text poll. Once again, the question was, which is the best part of the opening day ceremonies? You can text your vote, and you have been at 58772. And here's how you voted.
It's got to be the rings.
Ring ceremony. Now, the raising of the championship banner, that's strange because I did not see that as part of the ceremony. I think they raised it yesterday. Player introductions 18%, and the first pitch by Bernie Williams just 6%. And there is the championship banner. How about this ring, huh? White gold.
Wow.
Balfour made the ring for the Yankees, and that's George Steinbrenner's ring right there. I like it.
White gold. Have they ever had a white gold ring?
I don't believe they have had a white gold ring. Not in the 4 previous World Series. Strike.
This right here, this is an opportunity. He's already struck out Abreu twice on slow breaking balls. Let's see the cat and mouse here. And this is a chance for Andy to get either an infield pop-up or somewhere inside the dirt here to keep that runner from scoring. Now he's set up. You set up a second and third with less than 2 outs. It's the sac fly situation. The hitter's thinking drive the ball to the outfield to get an RBI. The cat and mouse, the pitcher's okay, where can I put it to where I can keep the ball in the infield? Now it's a different story. You're thinking strikeout. Bobby Abreu's got a great eye and certainly a great hitter, 300 lifetime. Does he go to the well? Both previous at-bats struck him out on breaking balls. So we get some kind of big, loopy curveball slider away. Sequence of signs.
Popped up. Andy Pettit settling underneath it. Now here's Alex Rodriguez for the second out.
See the pitch by pitch here. Little slider, perfect location. Then he jams him. That sets up the pitch. Actually, this ball right here, this is a hanger. Bobby Abreu's feeling right. He leaked a little bit, got out in front of it, but that's a slider, middle, belt high. That's a pitch that's not where you wanted it. He ended up getting a good result, but that's not an 0-2 pitch what you try to do. Andy trying to bury that ball down the way.
Andy's thrown 78 pitches. We're here in the 5th inning. He has a 3-0 lead, and here's Torrey Hunter. Second and third, now 2 outs. And Andy looks like he's going to work out of this jam. Jeter to first, and he does. Good job by Andy Pettitte. The Angels lead 2. We're halfway through. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World and by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. Mark Teixeira takes a strike as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Yankees lead 3-0. Good Houdiniac by Andy Pettitte. The Acela scoreboard. 3-6-0 Yankees, 0-3-0 for the Angels. And Mark Teixeira grounds out again to Kendry Morales, and Mark is 0-for-3. Santana has to feel good about things because he has not pitched well. He has been in trouble all the time. The Yankees have left 5 runners on base. They've had opportunities to really break it open, and they haven't. And 3-0 is still eminently doable. Not a great ratio on the 81 pitches, 41 strikes, 40 balls, but he has escaped serious trouble.
That's a legitimate point, Michael. And anytime you give up solo home runs and you could work out of it, you're still obviously in it 3-0 here in the bottom of the 5th. And it's a settle down effect. And you know, Santana's a guy that, really, there's a void in the rotation per se because of the loss of John Lackey, who was really the #1 pitcher. They're looking to Santana. They're looking to Jared Weaver, who is now the anointed #1. Joe Saunders had a heck of a year, struggling so far in his 2 starts. I like their pitching.
You know what's interesting about their pitching? All the guys you just named, and this is, you talk to baseball people, they got a nice staff.
Yep.
But they have 5 #2s. Or 5 #3s, whichever way you want. I'd say that, they're a couple of 2s, couple of 3s. They don't really have the ace unless Weaver steps up and says, I'm the ace. Alex Rodriguez lines a single to center, his first hit of the day.
That's legitimate because you basically have it because of stuff-wise. And I think Santana is the guy stuff-wise that I like the best. That when he's on and healthy and velocity is where it should be. Jared Weaver is a nice pitcher, throws in the short middle. They're various breaking balls. But yeah, I would agree with that, Michael. I think there's a lot of guys. Saunders is a nice pitcher. But you don't say, wow. Joel Pinero's coming over again for the loss of Lackey. Scott Kazmir has been hurt off and on this spring. Kind of taking him along slowly. I think their bullpen, too. I think what Brian Fuentes did, I like Fernando Rodney. Kevin Jepson, he's got closer arm.
Cano 2 for 2 today. He has multiple hits in 4 of his first 7 games. High fly ball, deep right. Abreu back. He's on the track. He has room, and he'll make the play. So Cano bidding for a 2-run home run. Just didn't get it, and they're 2 away.
Boy, I thought just looking at his swing, let's see if this got in a little bit. Man, you know what? He just got underneath it. That was a nice swing. Yeah, he kind of knew it himself. It's either going to be a can of corn, a Abreu, slight little wind going from right field to left field. Push that ball back in.
Here's Posada. Walked and grounded to first. Jorge's gotten off to a good start, hitting .333, has 2 home runs, 4 ribbies. Walked 6 times, on base percentage of .500. That's a good start to a season. And a strike.
Yeah, I said about Posada's winter, he really worked hard and bike riding 50 miles and just in really great shape.
How long does that take? Bike riding 50 miles a day?
Depends on how fast you go.
If you go 50 miles an hour, it's an hour. I get it, Al.
All right. Couple hours.
The 0-1. Look, it paid off right there with a single. So a base hit for Posada as Alex Rodriguez stops at second.
When he had the shoulder strain in 08, Posada realized, hey, look, get a little older. You got to do a lot of things to maintain where you want to be, and that's greatness for Jorge. Last year he caught the 111 games. Molina's not here. Cervelli's a nice backup catcher. He's going to be counted upon to catch more than the 111 games, I believe. And it's a wear. It's a grind.
Here's Curtis Granderson. He's 1 for 2. There's a strike. You see this lineup, and we see it every day, and sometimes you lose sight of it, but it just never stops coming at you. I mean, the guy who bats 8th in the lineup had 29 home runs last year, and a lot of big RBIs, and Gardner is a pesky number 9 hitter. It comes at you in waves. There's not a resting spot for a pitcher. We were joking about Halladay in the National League. 7, 8, 9 in the National League seems like a little landing spot. Where's the landing spot in this lineup, Al?
Well, I think you're gonna exploit Brett Gardner for him to prove it as an established guy. Certainly, you mentioned Swisher. His approach is better, I think, even as he's gotten older. Granderson, here's a guy who was a front-end leadoff guy, and now here he sees him down in that 7, 8 spot. But that's been the Yankees, Michael, and they. Talk to Kevin Long, or if you talk to Jeter, and everybody's got their approach. But I believe, players like Granderson comes over, and Nick Swisher, you just evolve into the Yankee way. And having faced them for many years, Michael, it's about, it feels a selective thing. And even if you get them out, 1-2 count, you grind it out, it's a battle. Take the pitch, being balanced, allowing the other guy behind you to drive you in. Don't do any favors and swing at pitches out of the zone. All easy, to sounds good, but it's not easy to do. But it just seems like that process, and it's been for years. I mean, O'Neill and Martinez, and back from Don Mattingly, it's just kind of past the baton.
Fly ball, shallow center, and Torrey Hunter puts it away. So again, Irvin Santana works into and out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. We've played 5, 3-0 Yankees. Stadium. Rimming the concourses. There's a strike to Hideki Matsui. Matsui is 0 for 2 so far today. Count 1-1. Matsui, you look at his numbers, and he has obviously replaced Vladimir Guerrero in terms of the production. But an interesting story, we were talking to some Angel people today, and the fans and even the media sees what we see on the field, and we look at the numbers and say, well, that's it. If you could replace the numbers, you replace what he means, and that's not necessarily the case with Guerrero. We found out that Guerrero lived with his mom, and his mom would cook dinner for all the Latin players on the team, and it was a real comfort level for them to go to Guerrero's house, and his mom was going to take care of them and was going to cook food that they were used to having and that they enjoyed, and now that's been taken out of the comfort level for some of the young players on the Angels. So that's something that Matsui can't bring with him. Pitch outside. So that was an interesting point. Okay, Guerrero's skills are starting to erode, but were they eroding so much, he's with the Rangers now, right, that it was worth letting him get away?
Well, I think it was part financial, but also his injuries. But I'm thinking along the line, and there's no doubt about it, Ibar and Sturis and very different of the Latin players feel comforted. But I look at this Angel lineup, and it's a historically fundamentally sound club because of Socia and the Angel way and all through the minor leagues, and very, very legit, solid club. But I think of it as a pitcher, and there are guys that you respect but not feared. And I think Vladimir Guerrero, even as he got older and he had rickety knees in his back, that he was a feared hitter. I think of like Gary Sheffield or big imposing guys in the middle lineup. Even if they make an out, you just feel, oof, I got him out. Kendrick Morales could eventually be that guy. They have nice players that really fit in, but not like a feared guy. Mm-hmm. And as you say, Michael, Matsui's been excellent for them early on. nice player, but not where you bite your fingernails and worry in that way. If that makes any sense. And I think that void, it'll be interesting to see how the Angels play this year as to whether it's legitimate or not, and they contend with Seattle, and it looks like Texas is going to be right there.
Hot shot up the middle as Kendry Morales picks up his second hit of the afternoon. So the Yankees are leading 3-0. Well, there's a shot of the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar, situated in center field in Yankee Stadium. The Mohegan Sun Sports Bar is a great place to gather and enjoy the game. Mohegan Sun, a world at play. Like they're having a good time out there.
You've been out there?
No, I have not.
Blast.
Yeah. You and I should go to a game we're not working.
Let's do it.
All right. You treat?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Here's Juan Rivera. Have you sat in the legend seats yet?
No.
I did last year.
Wow. You're special.
You should go. You'd have a blast.
No, it looks great. And they have anybody and everybody that I know that have sat down there. It's been a great experience.
There's a high concentration of celebrities down there today. You got the great Paul Simon. You got Martha Stewart. Got Alec Baldwin. I saw Matt Lauer down there. There's Paul Simon. One of the best center stages ever. He was great. Great guy.
Great song.
There's Lauren Michael.
I'm talking about You Could Call Me Out there.
Oh,
kid.
That was about you, right?
Sure. In my mind.
Fouled away. Well, they play that all the time here at the stadium when you're broadcasting a game. I'm sure over the next couple of days we'll see it. Joe Piscopo.
Haven't seen him in a long time.
Mayor Bloomberg. No one's working.
It's opening day.
90 pitches for Pettit. Now, Al, your son Jack is here, right?
He is.
Now,
he had
I'm not a parent,
Look,
right?
he had a little sniffly thing. I didn't want anybody to. He's okay. He's okay.
Is it a tough call for a parent to let your kid play hooky that one day?
Not for me.
It wasn't a tough call.
I'm sorry. Hey, he's going to get all his homework and everything necessary. But what is it? 27 times. The last time that you can experience this as a Yankee fan here at this stadium was in 2001. So, in his lifetime, it's once in a lifetime. The experience of what transpired with the ceremony and the rings, and aside from just the pomp and circumstance of any opening day.
So you're saying that he got more out of today than he would have gotten out of one day in school. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
That's
Do you
fair.
have a problem with that?
No, I don't.
You're a truant officer?
No, I think I'm fine. I hope that his teacher's not watching the game.
Well, it's
strange that you keep a kid with sniffles out of school, but put him in an open-air ballpark. Who's with Jack right now?
He's with his little buddy, who also has the sniffles. Come on, you used to tell me all the time. You take the train down opening day from the Bronx.
I did. I'm just playing, Al. Relax. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? The 2-2. Count 3-2.
It's a heck of a bat right here. Good battle for Pettit and Rivera. Found off some tough pitches, and this will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. This is as a game goes on, and now it's the 3rd at bat. Hitters will identify what they were out or what was hit. Samus getting ready.
Almost caught Morales sleeping, and now he thought that was a balk.
Yeah. No, Mr. Morales, this is just a great move. He flips out. Now, that last little leg kick, Andy brings it up. He's level with the pitcher's rubber, but watch how quickly it goes down. And then the only argument could be you're allowed an imaginary 45 degrees.
Very close.
More of a shock surprise. Not thinking he was going to throw over.
3-2. Grounded fair inside third and down the left field line. Gardner plays it off the wall. He's going to throw to second. And it keeps Rivera at first, who has to slide back ahead of the throw from Cano. So the Angels are set up first and third with one out. So a long battle with Juan Rivera, one that Rivera won. Now Dave Island will go out and give Andy Pettit a little bit of a blow.
You said it, Michael. What an at bat. He tried to go the fastball away, up and in, just was able to stay inside it enough to keep it on the fair side of the third base.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Here's Howie Kendrick. And a strike.
Getting into the count here, Michael. Andy's thinking about a double play ball. Obviously, the infield double play depth. See if he continues to pound inside. It's a tough pitch for a hitter to get some extension and really drive the ball. The mindset behind a cutter coming in is to obviously jam the right-handed batter.
It's a nice pickup there by Posada.
Wow, he's setting up away here, and wow, 58-footer cutting in on the right-hander.
Andy won 6 innings his last time out against the Red Sox, gave up 1 run. He's at 97 pitches right now. Count 2-1. Now Sabis is ready, so it's all a point of when Girardi wants to go to the bullpen.
Well, all right-handers on the bench. Sears says Turris is a switch hitter. Mathis coming on deck.
The 2-1. Count 3-1. Kendrick against the Yankees lifetime has 46 hits and 109 at bats. That's .422. They handled him in the ALCS last year, 4 for 14, but he did have a home run in those 4 hits. Let's see if they can turn 2. Grounded to Jeter. Over to Cano 1. On to first. It's a double play. A 6-4-3 double play with a nice scoop by Teixeira to end it off. So Andy Pettit works 6 scoreless. The Angels lead 1. We played 6, the Yankees 3, and the Angels nothing here on Yes. Time now for a message from our friends at the Fox Business Network.
The more I
And all of that adds up to Yankees 3 and the Angels nothing as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The ring ceremony here, the home opener. A lot of emotion when Gene Monahan, the trainer who has been ill, got his ring, and then Hideki Matsui got a rousing ovation from the crowd when he was the last one announced to get his ring out of the Angel dugout, and then the team crowded around him and gave him a group hug. Chan Ho Park warming in the bullpen. Now, Nick Swisher had a little bit of a trick played on him during the ring ceremony. I don't know if you're aware of this, Al.
I wasn't.
No, the rings come in those beautiful mahogany boxes with glass on the top, so the players get this. First time they're seeing them. The only one that's really seen it is Joe Girardi on the staff. And they put a rusted old giveaway ring in Nick Swisher's box. So when he opened it up, he said, wow, this is what I've been waiting my whole life for, but then they gave him the real ring.
Who's they?
I think the whole team decided to play a little joke on Nick. I think the same thing was done to Hideki Matsui, where they put a kind of a rusted ring in there. 3-2. And Nick Swisher works a walk. So there's Girardi with Sosha, and then he goes over to Matsui with the real ring. He had given him the old rusty one, so that was the real ring, and the Angels liked it. Torrey Hunter with a big smile.
You know, I wonder if Matsui even realized it when he got the box, that there was a rust one. They love that. Let's see it. What is it? He was mobbed by all the players. He didn't have a chance to take a look, I'm sure.
Here's Brett Gardner. Well, you could really see that there's a legitimate affection with the Yankee players toward Matsui. For them to do that, I mean, that was pretty special. They were all lined up between first and second. Then when Matsui got it, Derek Jeter kind of led the charge, and they all gave him a group hug. Jason Bolger warming in the bullpen. And it was nice that Jerry Hairston, who has an off day with the Padres, to fly here. Pat Burrell did that when he signed with the Tampa Bay Rays last year. They had an off day when the Phillies gave out the rings. He flew in and got a very big ovation.
Well, I know for the period of time with the Yankee players and Jeter leading the charge where they were winning, it seemed like every year. And then the drought from 2000 to now.
This is after he got the ring, and he doesn't know what's happening, and they're all there headed toward him. And that's kind of the last time that he's going to be with that group of guys as a teammate. The 1-1 slapped into left field. Giving chase is Rivera, and it's going to dunk foul. Just missed an extra base hit. Angels had to play beautifully, though. You can't guard against a foul ball, but if that was a fair ball, Rivera probably gets there.
Yeah, that's kind of, look, there's spray charts for every hitter, and just a couple feet. And Gardner, especially when you go into scouting report meetings, and teams are different how they approach it. Normally they'll have like the center fielder or middle infielders come in and know what the pitching staff's going to do. If you look at every hitter has its where he hits, but you can see the left center approach for the center fielder and left fielder.
Check swing, did he go?
Yes. Hunter Wendelstedt
Yes,
called.
he did. Now that's a pet peeve, Al, of our colleague Paul O'Neill. He said when there's a check swing, if the umpire at home plate is doing his job, he can't look at the swing. He can only look at the pitch. And that's why they should always ask the base umpire. And that's the only time O'Neill would get upset. Well, he got upset a lot, but that was one of the times he got upset. He said because if you're watching the pitch, you can't watch the swing.
Well, how about also this? Because it's supposed to, it's convoluted, the description of the rule. But if you look, as Paul says, you're watching, the home plate umpire is looking to see the pitch. Okay, he sees it's out in the dirt. Maybe he could pick up because he knows he's going to call it a ball. But the angle from behind home plate, you can't see whether it breaks the plane or not. That's the point of having the umpires on the line, because that's where the barrel will surpass home plate, or you see the breaking of the wrist. From being behind, it's difficult to see that. I agree with Paul. That's why you got guys on the line.
Look at the press box here at Yankee Stadium. It's jammed, not a seat to be had. We'll be reading about it tomorrow or a little bit later on the web. Check swing, but a strike. Jeter's 2 for 3 today. Now Nick Swisher's at first, and we told you about Nick being hoodwinked. I put a rusty old ring, and here Mariano Rivera gives him the real one. Good time had by all. Swing and a miss. Jeter goes down on strikes. Seven strikeouts for Irvin Santana.
talking about his nasty slider. Of those 7 strikeouts, Michael, all of them are on his slider.
There's a strike to Nick Johnson.
Well, he's got that 107. So Bolger is warming up. 107 pitches, 108 now. 105 in his first start against Minnesota, Irvin Santana. But, you know, teams are different. His last outing in spring training, he went up to 98 pitches. We are in a world of pitch counts. Baseball world.
The 1-1. And the count 2-1. Gene Monahan, his first game this year. So Swisher on first with 2 outs. Santana at 110. And the count 3-1. And this is what Nick Johnson does. That's why, despite great speed, he happens to be a very good number 2 hitter, because he's going to work the count. 3-4 guys will have people on base. They'll also see the entire arsenal from the opposing pitcher. And he's worked the count full at 3-2.
Yeah, and ideally, the only thing that you would say for his 2-hole hitter is somebody who's got a little more speed. But I agree, Michael. If it's a guy who is comfortable with 2-strike approach, really uses the whole field, good situational hit and run guy, very valuable.
Warner goes, and he works a walk. That could be it for Santana, and it is, as Mike Scioscia quickly out of the dugout. So he squeezed as much as he could out of his right-hander. Yankees have runners on first and second, 2 outs. Scioscia to the bullpen. We go to a commercial. We'll be right back. Oh, there's a phone there. It's time for this call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T, a better 3G experience. And that call brings in Jason Bolger, and he's going to face Mark Teixeira with runners on first and second and 2 outs. So Santana leaves after 5 2/3. And so far this season, Bolger, like most of the Angels bullpen, has struggled. 5 hits in 3 2/3 innings, a bloated 7.36 ERA.
Very good stuff, Michael. I know that it's early on in the ERA being high, but good power arm, electric slider.
And a strike. Swing and a miss. Hey, by the way, Nick Johnson with that walk, he has now reached base 14 of 34 plate appearances. That's good for a .412 on base percentage, and just 4 of them hits. So when you take walks, even when you're slumping, you're going to help the team. When you're on base 40% of the time, you're helping the team. The 0-2.
You know, and that's obviously, you know, an important aspect of any batter. But, you know, what it'll also do is when you've got a guy, and he's made a career of it, Nick Johnson, since Tana's line score, a couple home runs, you heard him, is the you realize as a pitcher you have to come to a guy like that. When you have to share, once Teixeira gets hot as he has in his career, and you got A-Rod and Cano, if he continues, you got to come to a guy like Nick Johnson because he's not afraid to walk.
1-2 outside, 2-2. Teixeira in his career .313 with runners in scoring position. He's 0 for 3 so far today. Hitting .111 in the early going. 2-2. Still 2-2. Swisher's at second, Nick Johnson at first. Two pitch. And that one gets away from Mathis. Straight around home plate, and both runners will move up. Mathis didn't know where it was. Bulger finally retrieved it. Went straight up in the air. Mathis is turning around and doesn't know where.
Let's see how this ricochets. This is a slider that, well, look, he stayed in front of it, kicked right in front of Teixeira. Tex actually stepped at it. Pushed it.
Now, base hit here could give the Yankees a 5-0 lead. (3-2), and he walked him. So 3 walks for the Yankees in this inning, and that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez with the bases loaded. So you walk a guy who has been hitless in 6 of the 7 games the Yankees have played to face Alex Rodriguez.
Well, obviously he didn't try and walk him with 2 outs. He's feeling comfortable with his breaking ball there. Alex Rodriguez has only 1 at bat against Bulger, and it's a home run.
Swisher, Johnson, and Teixeira, third to first. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th, Yankees up 3-0. Doing the breaking ball on the count, 1-0. Now, Alex saw the way Teixeira got pitched. He's standing right there on deck, and he's expecting the same stuff. Great numbers with the bases loaded. 18 grand slams for Rodriguez and a .340 batting average. The 1-0. 2-0. Well, the scouting report we gave you early, the pitching for the Angels has been dreadful. Their starters have been bad. Their bullpen has been even worse. And that's not what the Angels are built on historically. They're usually a very, very well-pitched sort of. Grounded left side. Off the glove of Wood. Everybody safe. Here comes Nick Johnson. Hustle play by Nick Johnson. 2-run score. RBI single. 2 RBI single for Alex Rodriguez. It's 5-0 Yankees.
Nick Johnson getting a good jump here. Secondary lead, obviously with 2 outs. Just perfectly placed for Alex Rodriguez and the Yankees. Brandon Wood not being able to smother it enough, and Johnson getting a great jump. Let's see if this has any kind of crazy little hop. I thought he was able to get to it. Anticipated the ball being higher than it was and snatched at it, didn't get it. Good insurance runs for the Yankees in the 6th inning here.
A lot of people look at Nick Johnson, and because of his build, they say he's slow. Well, he's not a speedster by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not slow at all. Happens to be a pretty decent base runner. And there's a strike, and that was heads up because the ball trickles up the infielder's glove, and he's going. You got to give Robbie Thompson, the third base coach, credit as well, waving home Nick. And Nick scored without a throw.
Well, and he did the right thing. You said picking up Robbie Thompson. A base runner's not a traffic cop. You look at the coach, and he's going to determine as to whether to hold you up or not. You know, little things like that within the game. Good secondary lead, aggressive, saw the ball kick away from Wood. Pick up your third base coach. Thompson waving him in.
That one's looped in the shallow center. And Ibar puts it away, battling the sun, which has burned its way through the clouds. But the Yankees get 2 runs on just 1 hit, 3 walks, and 2 runners left. 6 in the books, 5-0 Yanks. Leading 5-0. Now, Kimberly Jones is living dangerously. She was in the right field bleachers earlier On the Verizon Wireless scoreboard, it's 5-0 Yankees, and now with the 5-0 lead, Kimberly Jones is in the left field bleachers, way out there. I guess right in front of Elston Howard's retired number 32. Kim, how's everything going?
Oh, it's fantastic. Little rowdy crowd out here, Michael.
I see that. So let me ask you, I know you spoke to most of the players before the game. What were they expecting from the ring ceremony and the opening day pomp and circumstance?
You know what, Michael? No matter what they were expecting, I think it probably exceeded expectations, and we'll hear about that on the post game. It was a remarkable ceremony, but the players were really funny, and you know this. Alex Rodriguez told you on Sunday he was going to wear his ring all year. CC Sabathia told me, well, I'll get my ring, but I'll stow it somewhere. I don't think I'm going to wear it. Jabba Chamberlain is giving his to his father, Harlan. Harlan will probably cry, Jabba said. And Nick Swisher is sending his home with his parents, but not giving his to his father. He says Dad can just keep it for safekeeping. So lots of great answers in terms of what guys do with these rings.
Hot shot off the bat of Mathis. Nice play by Alex Rodriguez. Chan-Ho Park is taken over on the mound for Andy Pettitte, so there's one away. Now, speaking of Andy Pettitte, Kim, you know, Joe Girardi had told me the other day, with everything that goes on with the home opener, he's the perfect guy to start this game, and it certainly worked out that way.
Absolutely, and Andy told me Sunday what an honor this would be for him. He wasn't sure how he would work out getting the ring and getting warmed up, but that obviously worked out, and it's been quite a 2 starts for Andy. You remember that tumble he took in Boston, Michael? Well, he went home to Houston the day after that. His 4-year-old could not wait to wake him up and show him the highlights of Andy tumbling over first base. So he averted a whiplash disaster in that one. He felt fine afterwards, and I think he's going to feel fine after this one, too.
Well, the people that are around you out there in the bleachers, I'm guessing they're feeling fine right now.
A lot of good feelings out here.
I bet. Well, I'm going to let you along with your friends. I hope that you get back in the clubhouse before the postgame show.
Please don't let me alone, Michael.
Okay, Kim. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's Kimberly Jones out there with her buddies in the left field bleachers. As we mentioned, Chan-Ho Park, the new Yankee pitcher. Brandon Wood hits one the other way. Nice play by Nick Swisher, taking away an extra base hit. Covered a lot of ground, and then a backhand stab for the second out.
Wow, what a all-out stretch. Tracks it all the way. Nice play. Better tumble. What a look. Straight away, right field. Pretty good distance. Once he got a track, just a matter of lining it up. Good play.
Two down, and here is Eric Ibar. He's 1 for 3. And there's a strike. Let's take a look at the IOTV HD Super Shot. And even makes the play on the Super Shot. And then the tumble. Tuck and roll right there. We do that in all the action movies. Line drive, a base hit to right field. Swisher circles and gets the ball in quickly, so Ibar with a 2-out single.
Tuck and roll? Isn't that what they say in a...
Tuck and roll, yeah, when you're in a car chase. No. When you
drop,
fall out
roll,
of a car. What are you talking? Drop, roll. Tuck and roll.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you're...
That's fire safety.
Yeah.
But tuck and roll like in, Fast and the Furious. Sure that Jack, when he's out of school sometimes, watches that on DVD. Here's Bobby Abreu. Pitch is low. Last time out, Chan-Ho Park was outstanding. That was Wednesday against the Red Sox. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, and he ended up getting the win.
And Andy's start, 2 good starts out of the gate for Andy Pettitte. 6 innings up in Fenway. Now here's 6 scoreless. Couple spots today for Andy. Got in a little trouble in the 5th. Worked around it. Got a ground ball to Jeter by Torrey Hunter, and then the double play ball big in the 6th inning.
Count 2-1.
I think with Chan-Ho Park, along with Alfredo Aceves, is you have a guy that can do the 3 innings as he did in Boston and got the win. What he really brought to the Phillies when they put him in the pen, his velocity went up. Really haven't seen it as consistently this year in that mid-90s range. But the essence of a pitcher, he uses all of his pitches, Mike. And you say, well, yeah, okay, you're supposed to, but he has an element to where I think he can also be used in that I'm not saying 8th inning, but 7th as he is today in a closer ball game. Is a complement of his repertoire that really is a good balance to the other guys in the pen. The starter mentality is different for a lot of reasons, but he's still able to maintain 4 pitches as a reliever, and you can effectively throw them for strikes and get hitters out. That's a good weapon. I think that's what Aceves does, meaning the fastball, the curve, the slider, change.
There's Aceves.
Most relievers will eventually, and the pitching coach will tell you, look, you can't really use your whole arsenal. Pick your 2 best pitches and stay with it, perfect it. I believe that Park and Aceves has done it very well. Did an excellent job last year. Can maintain that. And the more a pitcher can be unpredictable to the hitter, obviously much more difficult to hit.
Runner goes on 3-2 and is fouled away.
Chano Park, when he came up with the Dodgers, no fastball was under 95 miles an hour. Big, hard fastball, big curveball. Brian Stokes getting ready for the Angels. He's developed a nice little 2-seamer running fastball, tighten up his fastball, curveball to his slider as he just threw there to Bobby Bray in a 3-2 count.
3-2. Right back to Park. And that's going to do it as Park works a scoreless 7th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base at the end of 6 1/2. Time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Yankees lead 5-0, but we stay right here in the Bronx. And we honor America with God Bless America and doing the. Well, thank you, Bob. And as a matter of fact, the Yankees are the only team in the American League that does not have a player on the DL. The only team in the American League. There's 2 teams in the National League, and you want to get through the inning, you want to be healthy, and the Yankees certainly did that. And as Bob just noted, a lot of teams have some problems early on the Verizon Wireless scoreboard. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 5-0. Yankees lead. New pitcher for the Angels is Brian Stokes. And he's going to face Jorge Posada. First pitch, clubbed to center field. Late jump by Hunter. It's over his head and up against the wall. Hunter seemed like he got fooled off the bat, and he was playing shallow, which is what he does in center field anyway, and he just had no chance.
You know what? I think it was more of him playing shallow. Let's see. Well, no, that's a regular center field depth. Let's take a look at his jump here. Yeah, he did. Michael, he took a step in. That ball jumped, as you said. That ball was down in the zone. Posada dropping the barrel of the bat. He just didn't get a good jump on that. Torrey Hunter, 9-time Gold Glover. I got to believe a guy of his stature and his ability to defensively hit a better jump on that, he'd have had it.
With that double, now Posada moves into solo possession of 7th place on the Yankees all-time list. Angels got Brian Stokes from the Mets in the Gary Matthews Jr. deal, and they're paying most of Matthews Jr.'s salary, but the Mets gave them a pretty good pitcher to do that. That one's also clubbed to center. Again, Hunter back, still back. This one he catches up with for the first out.
Well, he learned his lesson after the first shot. There is a brisk little breeze from right center pushing over to the left field line. I thought this ball was hit even harder than Posada's. He tracked it. He's got it in line. 9-time Gold Glover. Another reaction. Made a little more hang time on that one. Was able to catch up to it out there. Nice play. I said earlier in the game they have different ways of charting hits and home runs, and Torrey Hunter in his career has robbed 35 home runs, potential home runs, based on balls that would have gone out.
Pitch outside.
You mentioned about Stokes. He walked a few too many guys. He had a whip of almost 1.6 last year with the Mets, Michael. The left-handed batters 327. Right-handers were 280. That's lifetime. Last year, 330 left-handers. That's the pitch right there. You got a guy with a plus arm with a good breaking ball, you need something to negate going away, down, way off speed, or come up with a harder breaking ball. That's why a lot of right-handers came up with the cutter. Mariano happened to perfect it. Come in on the hands of the lefty. Because if a pitcher's not dotting that pitch right there, that outside corner, really, especially the left-handers, can look for something out over, and generally a right-handed breaking ball breaks into the power zone of a left-handed hitter down and in.
You know, we mentioned the double that Posada got is 345th. And he's now in 7th place on the Yankees all-time list. Joe DiMaggio is next. It's going to take a lot of doubles this year to catch up to Joe D. He's 44 more. He keeps going the way he's going, he might end up in the Hall of Fame. He is certainly compiling numbers that puts him in the discussion, especially from that position. How about Nick Swisher's day? 3 walks. Gardner is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts.
I got to believe that that's the hardest part, especially for, you know, Swisher always had a good eye and continues to have a good eye. But you want to join the party and you want to be part of a hit parade, but still being patient enough to recognize obviously a walk is just as good as a hit, and it keeps the line moving. Yankees have 7 walks as a team today. Between him and Nick Johnson, there's 5. Teixeira has the other one, and Posada has a walk.
Count 2-2. And the count 3-2. You know, we talked last week about Joe West, the crew chief, talking about long games. It's not because they're stepping out. It's long games because people don't throw strikes and the Yankees don't swing at balls. That's why Yankee games are longer than other games.
Could you imagine if Bernie Williams was still playing?
3-2. Foul away. Now Bernie though stepped out. I mean, that was one of the reasons that he had slow at bats. But I mean, you've got guys like Nick Swisher and Nick Johnson, the 2 Nicks on the team, and they're going to see 6-7 pitches in at bat. And a walk. So the Yankees have the bases loaded with 1 out here in the 7th. They're leading 5-0. Tomorrow's starting pitchers. Brought to you by Fios TV, internet and phone. This is Beyond Cable. This is Fios. Joel Pinheiro will go for the Angels. Didn't have a great first start, 0-1, 4.50. Javier Vasquez also struggled in his first start against the Rays, 0-1, 12.71. Our coverage is going to start at noon right here on Yes. With the BP show, 12:30 is the pregame, and 1:05 is the first pitch.
I know Javi struggled, and Yankee fans maybe have not paid attention a whole lot to Javier Vasquez, but I really like him. I look forward to tomorrow's game, and I'm sure he does after not doing the job down at Tampa.
Bernie Williams got a huge ovation before the game. He threw out the first pitch, and he didn't loosen up, I don't think, because he bounced this baby. That's not good. Bernie, come on.
Wait, did you say you don't think he... I would say that would be affirmative. Good to see him.
Got the Pride of the Yankees award yesterday at the Yankee Welcome Home Dinner. Gave a beautiful speech and still hasn't announced his retirement. Last played in 2006, but he wants to keep his options open.
Did Rick Anderson ever announce?
Yes.
He did?
Well, he got into the Hall of Fame, so he was out for 5 years. Even if you don't announce it, if you don't play for 5 years, you're going to get in. Jeter bangs into a 6-4-3 double play as Stokes gets out of trouble. For the Yankees, No runs are hit, no errors, and 2 men left. Let's take this baby to the 8th inning. 5-0 Bombers.
It's not too late to fill out and mail back the census. So send us your answers today, because they're the first step toward a happier, healthier community. Fill it out and mail it back today. 2010 Census.
Taxi! Taxi! Taxi!
Getting to the airport can be stress-free. Just call the 77s of Dial 7 Car and Limousine Service and let us get you there on time and smiling. Whether you're going to LaGuardia, Kennedy, Newark, or riding around town, Dial 7 saves you time and money. We've got a bold new look, and we're the best ride in town. Dial 7 Car and Limousine Service, 777-7777.
The all-new 2011 Sonata should make you think Hyundai, but act now. Think Hyundai Assurance and America's best warranty. Think efficiency. Even with 200 horsepower, Sonata still gets a class-leading 35 miles per gallon. From Hyundai, America's most fuel-efficient automaker. Think savings. Lease the Sonata for just $199 a month. Don't just think about it. Act now at your Hyundai dealer. For a short time, lease the 2011 Hyundai Sonata for just $199 a month.
8772, or you can vote online at yesnetwork.com. Today's candidates are number 1, Andy Pettit, number 2, Nick Johnson, number 3, Derek Jeter, and number 4, Alex Rodriguez. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Pete Stendhal with some great shots walking around the ballpark today with his handheld camera. Outstanding shots by Pete. We call it Stendhal vision. Randy Wynn, the new right fielder for the Yanks. They're strike. You know, Al, I never got your take on this, but Saturday, CC Sabathia pitching a no-hitter, 2 outs in the 8th inning. On his 111th pitch, he gives up a base hit to Kelly Shopik. And then after the game, Joe Girardi volunteers. I was taking him out after that batter, no matter what. What do you think? Do you think he would have taken him out? Now, I asked Joe this again yesterday. He said, "What? I volunteered it. Why would I lie? Why do people think I'm lying about this?" I'm saying this season's too important for me to lose this guy for any extended period of time.
Can CC take Girardi?
Yeah, but not the whole staff. You got Mike Harkey. You throw him in.
Oh, yeah. Harkey will do some damage. You know, it doesn't happen often, obviously. Some years there aren't any no-hitters, maybe 1 or 2. It's that special. I would hope that the manager would see the, how special a moment it is, and you just cross your fingers that it's a 4-pitch inning in the 9th.
Yeah, but what if it's not? What if it takes him, all right, so he gets Shopik on the 111th pitch, right?
Right.
And then it takes 10 pitches to get the first guy out in the 9th. Now you're at 121. What do you do? Now he's 2 outs away. What are you going to do then?
I'm letting him go until he gives up a hit.
No matter what the pitch count is?
Yes.
It's the second start of the season.
Oh, you're right. I had 162 pitches in a cold, miserable day in April in 1989.
Right, and you were out for 3 years.
No, but that's
with a bad
162.
shoulder.
You got a guy that's a workhorse. He's given so many innings, postseason, can handle it. You're 3 outs away. I understand where Joe's coming from, but you're talking to a pitcher here, Michael. No hitter special.
Torrey Hunter swings and misses. 1 away.
I'm glad that didn't happen, because that would have been interesting to watch that play out.
What I was curious about with Joe Girardi, and I asked him this yesterday, I said, why did you even tell anybody what you're thinking? I mean, he said, well, I knew they were going to ask me. I said, so if they asked you what you would have done, you said, I don't know, that's a decision I would have had to make then. I said, why start an argument? I mean, if he gets Shopik out and then you take Sabathia out, well, then you've got to talk about it.
Right.
But you made it a discussion. You didn't even have to. He said, I'm just trying to tell the truth. He said, but for people to think that I wouldn't take him out, he goes, of course I would take him out.
Well, no,
Dave Island was adamant about it. He said, of course we had to take him out.
Well, we just saw with the 111 pitches, Irvin Santana. He didn't have a no-hitter, but that was only in 5 2/3. Look, I know why Dave Island and Joe Girardi. And yes, you want to protect your arms. There's no doubt about it. And this guy's in the long haul. You're going to need him down the, not only this year, but years to come. I would still think that you're going to invent something, figure something out to get through it. And there are times, you know, during a game where you're actually getting big league hitters out without having to, you know, give it your best fastball or snap your best curveball. Well, for the sake of CC and I guess for Girardi as well, I'm glad for that reason. I'm glad it didn't happen because he wouldn't have been allowed to throw it anyway.
Now, I talked to Bobby Valentine yesterday, your former manager, and he said he actually took out Nolan Ryan out of a no-hitter after 7 innings because he'd only pitched 7 innings in spring training.
Okay. Now that's different.
And he said, and also Nolan Ryan had pitched no-hitters before. He said, so I knew this wasn't a once-in-a-lifetime thing. He said, I would not have taken Sabathia out. He actually said that.
Let me say this. I bet how that played out would be Bobby Valentine's going to Nolan Ryan.
Right.
And saying, what do you want to do, Mr. Ryan?
Well, he said it was prearranged before the game.
Well, what about a few years ago when Tony came back with the Yankees?
He went out, and that was the right move that Torrey made.
But it was his first start out.
Well, this is his second start.
I know. I'm still not. I'm not for it. I would have fought tooth and nail on that one.
Do you think Bobby went to Nolan and said, "Mr. Ryan has this one"? Is that what
That's
you're saying?
what I would have said.
Really? Grounded foul.
It's Nolan Ryan. Come on.
And I brought that up to Dave Island, and he had a great line. He said, well, it's easy to say that you wouldn't take him out when you're not in the seat that would be affected if he got hurt. He said, so all the managers out there that said, well, yeah, I'd let him let him finish. He said, they're not the ones that have to suffer the consequences if he gets hurt. He said, the Yankees don't contend if CC Sabathia is hurt. That's your number 1 pitcher.
He had a 111th pitch when Kelly
Chopik hit the hit.
Okay. This is a tough battle right here. Chan Ho's just pounding the inside corner on Matsui.
2-2. Grounded. Worm burner to second. 2 away. Well, after the final out, stick around for the WB Mason postgame as Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry will recap all the action from this home opener. And Kimberly Jones is going to get the players' reaction from the clubhouse. It's a must-watch. It's all coming up later on the WB Mason postgame only on Yes. There's Mike Harkey, Yankees bullpen coach, and that's how it looks from out there. See the scope of the stadium. Yankee pitching, that's Andy Pettit and Chan Ho Park, have not allowed the Angels an extra base hit today. There's a strike.
Good pitching all the way around up to this point. Certainly Andy Pettit, 2 solid performances. Just had these Angel hitters off balance. Pitched around a few guys to get to the right matchups.
That one's driven deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. Solo home run by Kendry Morales. The Angels are on the board. Yankee lead is now 5-1. Shot into the second deck by Morales, who's had a good day. He has now 3 hits and 4 at-bats.
Coming into today, only .222 batting average. This was a cutter, supposed to be in on the hands. Morales getting the barrel of the ball. Second deck. Pulls his hands in, the ball just not in enough for Chan Ho's liking. Back-legged him.
And the pitch to Juan Rivera is a strike. Let's check out that swing on the home run. We'll do it after this pitch, the 0-1. Foul back behind the plate. And here is the pitch in the Coors Light freeze cam. Freeze it right there. You know he's going to square it up.
A little.
Unfreeze it. There you go.
A little too much in the middle there.
And the 0-2. Popped up. Posada gives it a look. Ooh, can't get there.
Really good. He had a little minefield of stuff. Weight and a couple bats. So you see the one weighted, the little white thing.
Yeah, he kicked it on the way back. He didn't like that one at all.
Yeah,
that's a playable ball. But you'll see he kicks that one very disgustingly.
There's a lot of stuff there, isn't there? I mean, the metal bat and seems a little excessive, doesn't it?
A lot of stuff, Al.
Yeah.
The 0-2. Grounded foul. Jabba Chamberlain taking some to the mitt in the bullpen. Miserable day at the beginning, but the sun has burned its way through the clouds. It's now a beautiful day here in the Bronx. Blue skies overhead. All is good in the world. Opening day at Yankee Stadium, home opener.
Beautiful.
The 0-2. You felt like playing today, didn't you, Al? Come on, admit it. You felt like throwing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I saw you. You were warming up. You wanted to play?
I always want to play. I just can't.
You were good for the Fordham Bulldogs.
Fordham Rams. No, I didn't play for the Fordham Rams. I announced. Those who can't announce. Bulldogs. The 1-2. Popped up. Teixeira. Wynn takes that. And he makes the play for the final out of the top of the 8th inning. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Teixeira goes after it, hauls it in. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Well, Nick Johnson will lead off. The bottom of the 8th, it'll be Johnson, Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez against Brian Stokes. Now, players choose their walk-up song, right? Derek
like
Jeter's,
dying.
right? Derek Jeter's is Jay-Z and Alicia Keys. Nick Johnson just walked up, and his walk-up song, as he lines one into right center field, and it gets past Hunter, and it will go to the wall. So Nick Johnson's had a good day. 2 for 3 with 2 walks. He's been on base 4 out of 5 times. Anyway, his walk-up song is performed by Miley Cyrus. Now, nothing wrong with Miley Cyrus, but if you're a teenage girl or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good song. Down in the zone, drops the barrel of the bat. Good swing, aggressive swings. Coming right out of the chute, we just showed the Land Rover drive of the game. It was the 4th pitch of the game. Driving the fastball. As good as Nick's eye is, he still has the ability when he gets his pitch, and as selective as he could be because of his plate recognition. He's going to hit some home runs this year.
Bobby Casava on for Brian Stokes. 4th pitcher used by Mike Scioscia. Santana started, then Bulger, Stokes, and Bobby Casava. Mark Teixeira, 0 for 3 with a walk. There's a strike.
Casava was a Rule 5 guy by the A's, but at the end of spring training, the club that drafts you, they have to return you, and you either accept it and take half the money back, and the Angels still liked him enough to bring him back.
The Yankees are on the bus from the airport. There's David Robertson warming up when they got back on Sunday night, and they announced that hitters would be hitting at 2. And then Mark Teixeira, being self-deprecating, said hitters and then me, because he has been struggling. Sunday was his 30th birthday. So a belated happy birthday to Mark Teixeira.
Yeah, I was talking to Kevin Long about his slow starts. He said, what do you try to do anything differently? And here's a guy, you look at the back of his card, he's going to be right up there in the tops and categories as he always has been. I think it's just a matter of him clearing his head. If it's in April that they win and he doesn't produce so much as hits, it's still a productive part of his game. Just jumping a little bit, dropping the backside, lunging a little. It's amazing as great a hitter as he is. Sometimes you get in a funk and you forget to do it.
And Mark Teixeira works a walk. So the Yankees have runners on first and second. Still nobody out, and that's going to bring up Alex Rodriguez. That one's grounded foul. Rodriguez so far today is 2 for 4. Last time up, a 2-run single off the glove of Brandon Wood. That was in the 6th inning. Gave the Yankees some breathing room. They were up 3-0. That made it 5-0. The 0-1. Pop foul. Now today was all about the home opener, but it was made more special by the fact that the Yankees got their World Championship rings. And we've got one up here in the booth, and there Al's wearing it on his pinky. It's a beautiful ring. It's white gold and the diamonds, and then a diamond around the interlocking NY set over a blue stone. Just a gorgeous ring. The 0-2. Now, the one that you're wearing belongs to the COO of the Yankees, Montrose. You can't keep that. You know that.
Here, which
Al,
one?
Right? Now, which one is this? What year is that? That's 2000.
Ooh.
No, you don't want to wear that one. That's the one you lost, Al.
That's nice. White. Oh, that's different too. White gold. Is this the first time ever the white gold for the Yankees? Yeah, beautiful.
And the 0-2. A little bit low, 1 and 2. It says world champions on one side of the ring. Then it has the name of the player on the other side. And it also says unity. And the year. Beautiful ring. Swing and a miss. As Alex Rodriguez goes down. Look at it again. That's a gorgeous ring. Also, Al, I think the 2000 ring left a burn mark around your other finger.
Hey, wait a minute. You remember Pet Detective? Fired on your forehead.
That's great. Everybody should wear it in good health.
Well, Alex is going to be wearing it everywhere he goes.
That's what he said. Every day this year he's going to wear it.
You know what's nice about it too, and I know some of the clubs are getting so big, and you can't wear them. Just I know the Marlins 03 ring is just very large. Nice, very classy. Wouldn't expect anything less.
And the 0-1 to Cano. Foul back. Cano 2 for 4 today with a double, a single to right center. Yankees would like some breathing room for the 9th inning. Job is ready.
Good at bat right here, Michael. Runner at second base. Robbie getting some tough pitches, fouling them off.
The 0-2. Just got a piece to stay alive.
It's a different, now granted, 5-1, 8th inning, a little different. Bobby Cassava on the mound, Rule 5 guy. But the approach of what a pitcher tries to do when runners in scoring position, obviously a little bit different than when nobody's on. Nobody's on, you're establishing the strike zone, you want to exploit a hitter's weakness, get to it as soon as you can, but it's about getting into the account and the at-bat.
Grounded to first. Grabbed there by Morales. Goes to second one. That's all they get. You traveling this season? Take the Yankees with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Yankees game live or on demand on your computer. Visit Yankees.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Job is waiting for the call. Posada today 2 for 3 with a walk. And now he is 3 for 4. Lines that one into left center field. Scoring easily is Nick Johnson, and Posada's going for 2, and he's in there. Now, we told you earlier, people were taking the extra base on the Angel outfielders, and for Posada to do it, Angel outfielders were sleeping, and he gets in there with a double.
Good hitting right here. Down and away. Doesn't try to do a whole lot. Just takes it where the pitcher's thrown. Now, he picks it up. You see the little hesitation. The direction of the ball that was thrown from the left fielder was kind of hastily thrown to the shortstop, and Posada picked that up and realizing, hey, if he could pick it up, he's got a chance to get in there. That was a close play. Nice heads-up play.
So that's going to bring up Curtis Granderson, second and third with 2 outs. Yankees up 6-1. And the pitch inside. Curtis in his first game in a Yankee pinstripe uniform. First home game, regular season. 1 for 4 today with a run scored, a stolen base. And the pitch could not hold up. The count 1-1. So the Yankees are trying to go 5-2, and if the Angels don't come back, they're going to go 2-6 to open the season. And this is a perennial winner of the American League West. There's teams that have improved, the Rangers and the Seattle Mariners. There's a ground ball right side, through for a base hit past the diving Kendrick. Scoring is Cano. Here comes Posada. Here's the play at the plate, and Posada is out. Good block of the plate by Mathis, but an RBI single for Granderson as the Yankees now lead 7-1. And Granderson has now driven in a run in 3 straight games. While the Yankees score 2 more, they're up by 6. Angels get their last hacks next.
The new 2010 Range Rover Sport, powered by intelligence.
Need baseball answers and not a bunch of links? Call in a pinch hitter. Text your baseball questions to 542-542 and get a fast expert answer. And look for the KGB trivia question coming up in the postgame. For answers, not links, text your questions to 542-542.
Select Izod IndyCar driver. Driver selected, Marco Andretti. Select race transport. Mission, finish first. The fastest drivers in the world. See who wins at racetotheparty.com.
Winner of the highest predicted residual value rating in its class, 5 years in a row. The new 2010 Range Rover Sport, powered by intelligence.
With today's active lifestyles, it's hard to be home for every inning. Now you can catch live Yes Network Yankees games on your laptop for less than your morning cup of coffee. For just $69.95, you'll get a full season of live Yankees games wherever your busy day may take you. If you're a Time Warner Cable customer who watches Yes, go to YesNetwork.com for more details and sign up today.
Friday night on Yes, check out an all-new Forbes Sports Money presented by Fox Business Network. Sports magnate Dave Checketts discusses his days with the NBA and his newest ventures. Plus, hear how the current economy is affecting the sales of thoroughbred horses. It's all new Friday at 11, only on Yes. David Robertson will come on to try to get the final 3 outs for the Yankees as they want to make this a perfect home opener, get the rings, and get a win. He's appeared in 3 games so far. 2 strikeouts in 2 innings, allowed 3 hits. Also, clarification, Al, I know that you need to know this stuff. We mentioned that when Nick Johnson comes up, they play Miley Cyrus. The reason he does that, it's because his daughter, who's 4 years old, loves that song. So he wants to make her happy when Daddy comes to the plate.
That's nice. So she's here today.
Yes.
That's nice.
David Robertson deals to Kendrick, and there's a strike. 7-13-0 for the Yanks, 1-7-0 for the Angels. Oh, he was late on that, scattered some bodies in the Yankee dugout.
You saw the numbers on Robertson, and he's got good stuff, and I think he can continue to emerge as he knows himself. A guy who really has the plus fastball, great curveball, just understanding the nuance of his role and being a relief pitcher and getting comfortable with that.
Grounded left side, backhanded by Jeter. The jump throw over to first, not in time. Kendrick with a base hit.
I mean, again, you look at Channel Park, 2 innings. His last outing was 3 innings. Kind of between that, him and Aceves. Love David Robertson's arm, what he brings to the party.
Here's Jeff Mathis now against Robertson. Mathis 1 for 3 today. And a strike. The 0-1. Bunted. It is a beauty. It's a base hit. Hey, the Yankees are up by 6. You're going to give up that play. You're not going to play your infielders close. So Mathis, just wanting to get on base, picks up his 2nd hit.
Well, as you say, you're down by 6. Anyway, you can just keep the line moving with Alex playing back, as he should. Mathis saw an opportunity. Turn the lineup over. Brandon Wood, who's been struggling early on in the season, old 48 batting average.
Buzzed him inside.
You know that with David Robertson, it's just there's certain guys where the ball just jumps out of his hand, and you see the registered velocity 92, 93. He'll pop some into the mid-90s, but it's how it comes out of his hand. There is a degree of deception there.
Sergio Mitre taking some to the mitt, just in case. And there's a strike. And the count 1-2.
See a little feeble hack from Brandon Wood. Anytime you got a guy struggling in many instances, you'd think Wood is looking for a fastball. You got a guy who could bring it up there with some good velocity and drops a curveball. This is why a guy is struggling. He's caught in between. Not sure fastball, curveball.
That one's driven out to right field. Giving chase is Randy Wynn on the run on the track. It's off the wall. And he gets a single out of it as the runners have to take it base to base. And the bases are loaded now with nobody out for the Angels.
Well, this is a curveball that's running down and away as it just continues to drift out of Randy Wynn's reach almost. Let's see if it's about halfway up the wall. That ball kept carrying. Nice little short hop right into Randy Wynn's glove.
Dave Island trying to settle down Robertson. And that seemed like more of a stern talking to. There's some pitchers, I guess, that need to be scolded. Other ones need to be stroked.
Well, you know, Dave Island loves David Robertson, and he thinks he's got good stuff, and he can be kind of that middle go-to guy leading up to the 8th inning Mariano time. So there's, you know, hey, look, it's 7-1. You know, let's go. You got better stuff than that. Now you got to get your closer up in a game that what looked like it was out of hand.
Here's Eric Ibar. There's a strike. Were you a yell at guy or a stroke guy? Did you respond to being yelled at?
I didn't like stroke because I knew if I stunk, I wanted you to tell me, and I you know, not that he's getting chewed out because now the scenario plays out, his base is loaded, but no, you be stern with it, wake a guy up, hey, let's go.
The 0-1.
And the hey, let's go is really, you know, making pitches and having that laser focus, the concentration that's necessary for a pitcher to make good pitches. And that's the bottom line. Sometimes you could kind of, you know, lull yourself into appearances where, you know, you're really not sharp and not in tune to every pitch.
The 0-2 to Ibar. Strike 3. Got him on a breaking ball of beauty. So Ibar down looking.
Well, there's this great lock curveball that Ibar just cannot pull the trigger, and that's when Robertson is really effective. He's got that nice glide fastball. Ibar looking for something hard, and it's really a knee buckling curveball even from the left side.
Here's Bobby Abreu. He's had a rough day here at the stadium. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. A sweaty moment in the game came in the 5th inning when the Angels had runners on second and third with 1 out, and Abreu couldn't get him in. He popped up to Alex Rodriguez just to the left side of the pitcher's mound. That was a big at bat in the game. In the 6th inning, there were runners on first and third with 1 out, and Howie Kendrick grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. So the Angels couldn't get the big hit today, and now they're trying with the bases loaded, 1 out, trying to get something going here in the 9th. The 0-1. That one's driven deep to right field. Going back, Wynn on the track, at the wall. See ya! A grand slam for Bobby Abreu. And the Angels have closed it to within 7-5. So they get the big hit. The only question is it a bit too late? So David Robertson comes in, infield single, bunt single, single to right, and then a grand slam off the bat of Bobby Abreu.
Well, before this swing, the Angels today were 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Bobby Abreu got a fastball, middle of the plate, pretty much belt high. Pitch he certainly could drive. He liked it enough to deposit it to the right field seats.
Right now, this is a stall tactic, and you see Robertson watching that settle into the seats. Jorge Posada goes out and talk with Robertson, because right now you could bring in Mariano Rivera, and it's a save situation. So Mo talking with Mike Harkey, and Joe does make the signal for his closer. So Bobby Abreu with his 9th career grand slam hits one off Robertson. The Angels are still in it. Enter Sandman. Come on back. As the Nets are in Miami to take on Dwayne Wade and the Heat in their final game of the season. Rough season for the Nets. Complete coverage starts at 7:30 with the Nets pregame. Then Ian Eagle and Mike Fratello will have the call. The Nets and the Heat tomorrow night at 7:30. It's only on Yes. So Dave Island talking things over there with David Robertson, trying to tell him what went wrong. And school is in session right there.
Well, outside of Howie Kendricks, I thought he had a nice piece of hitting to lead off the inning with the breaking ball going down away from him. He just missed with his command and allow the bottom of the order to let this game get back into the hands of Mariano. Certainly not what Robertson tried to do.
Here's Torrey Hunter, and Mo buzzes him inside. By the way, the Angel grand slam by Abreu, the first time an Angel player has hit a grand slam since Mark Teixeira did it against the Yankees and Edouard Ramirez in August of 2008. And Edouard is now with the A's. Swing and a miss. And on deck is Hideki Matsui. Good numbers against Rivera. 3 for 9 for Torrey Hunter. The 2-1. Missed with the cutter, 3-1. You want drama?
Yeah.
Matsui against Rivera with the game on the line.
I was thinking how the inning was playing out, and if there are baseball gods, I think they're watching.
Count 3-2, but you kind of render that at bat a little less significant if you get Torrey Hunter here. Swing and a miss, he got him. Yankees 1 out away from a home opener win. And here is Hideki Matsui, the last hope for the Angels. The day started with a rousing ovation for Matsui when he received his World Series ring. But he has not had a good day at the plate, 0 for 4. And now it looks like he's going to be 0 for 5. Cano there, makes the play, and the Yankees win 7-5. A special day for the Yankees. They open their home portion of the schedule with a 7-5 victory. They get their 2009 World Series rings, and the great Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer in the history of baseball, nails down the save. The Yankees have won 12 of their last 13 home openers, and they are 71, 36, and 1 all time in home openers. And this is the Yankees' best start through 7 games since they were 6-1 in 2003. And as for Andy Pettitte, who got the win, his 4th home opener win with the Yankees, matching him with Red Ruffing for 2nd most with the Yankees, and Whitey Ford has the most, and he was here earlier helping to hand out the rings. He has 5. In front of the Yankee dugout is our very own Kimberly Jones. She's with the captain of the Yankees, Derek Jeter.
That's right, Michael. I am. A win in the home opener on the day you get your rings, and your first home run of the season. I think it's fitting it came on this day. Do you?
I don't care when they come, really, but this is, you know, it's a fun time. Come out here on opening day, and, you know, the fans were into it, and you always want to win your home opener.
I want to ask you about before the game, Derek. Did you make a presentation upstairs in the suite?
Yeah, we got an opportunity to bring the ring up to the boss, and, you know, it was a special moment because, you know, none of us would be here if it wasn't for him. So we're happy to see him, and, you know, it was a privilege to go up there.
You're always happy to see him happy, right?
Oh, yeah, no question, because I've been to his office when I've been in trouble, too.
How about before the game, when the ring, the first ring given to Gene Monahan, who means so much to this organization? How meaningful was that? You could tell to Gino, but also to you players to see him.
Well, yeah, we wanted to see him. You know, Gino obviously is going through some issues right now, but he means a lot. He's been here longer than everybody here, and, you know, it's great for us to see him, and he got a nice ovation.
We all wish him good health and a good recovery. Before I let you go, did you play a trick on Matsui? You were a busy guy before the game. There was a little ring trick, right? Tell us about it.
A bootleg ring, so we knew he wouldn't be able to compare it to anyone because he was on the other side. So, you know, knowing Matsui, he was probably proud to get the bootleg one, too.
That's why the Angels were all laughing during the introductions?
Yeah, then we gave him the real one when we got on intros.
You're a funny guy, Derek. Thank you. Michael, back to you.
That's the captain, Derek Jeter, and thank you, Kimberly. So all in all for the Yankees, a splendid day as they win their home opener 7-5. They're off to a great start. They are 5-2. Yep, a lot of high fives, a lot of dancing. When we come back, we'll make sense of it all, and then the post-game show. Stick around right here on Yes.
Girardi Report, and it's presented by Geico.
Joe, Hal Steinbrenner told us earlier you and Derek went upstairs to give the boss his ring. Can you just talk about what that was like and what George's emotions were?
That's one of the best parts of my day, going up and giving Mr. Steinbrenner, who has given me the opportunity to win 3 as a player and rings as a manager. And I'm extremely grateful for everything that he's done in my life. So it was a thrill for me to go up and give it to him and see the smile on his face.
I think it's also important to note that was the first ring that was distributed today. Bruce?
Joe, what did you think of this ceremony on the field?
Awesome. To have Whitey and Yogi out there, all the fans in their seats already. The toughest ring I gave out was probably the first one to Gino. Knowing what he's going through, it was really emotional. We're all thrilled to see him here. I got to tell you that. We're all thrilled to see him, and he's been here a long, long time, and he's meant so much to me and everyone in that clubhouse. So it was great, the ovation that he got, and that was the toughest one.
We'll take another. Kim?
Joe, just to stick with Gino for a minute, it seemed like I just talked to Derek on the field. It meant a lot to the players to see him here today and to be able to see him get that ring. They knew he was going to get one, but to see it happen. Did you sense that from your team?
Yes. Guys ask about him every day, and, we text or talk, every day while we're in spring training, and guys are calling him and texting him. And, when you see someone every day for 225 straight days, and when February rolls around, you're used to seeing him in Florida every day. It's kind of strange when he's not there. And everyone was anxious to see him, and it was a big lift. And it was great to see him out in the dugout during the game as well. He came out in the 6th, and we got a couple runs. I wanted him to stay the rest of the game. But it meant a lot to all of us because we're all so close to him.
Joe, this pregame had a little of everything. The Matsui situation with the ring, I know that the captain really enjoyed that as well. Can you tell us from your standpoint?
Well, the captain got a ring that they gave in Tampa. I believe it was the last day. It was a ring that they handed out to all the fans. It was a giveaway. So Jeet thought it'd be appropriate to put it in Matsui's box and play with him because he would be the only one that wouldn't be standing next to someone that could compare it. So he took it over, and Sosha was kind of looking at it, and he was saying, God, I was wondering, it didn't really look right. So when I was introduced, I went over and asked Mike if I could give it to him, and he had a huge smile. But, I mean, that's one of the things that sometimes people don't know about Jeet. He likes to pull pranks. But I think the ovation that he got, how his ex-teammates ran around him, it's really, really a special moment.
You get a huge ovation, you get punked by Derek Jeter. It's a pretty good day for Hideki Matsui. All right, let's get to the game highlights right now. They're presented by Land Rover, and we're going to start early with the celebration. Legends Whitey Ford, Yogi Berra hanging out today and handing out the rings. Not only did Derek Jeter and the Yankees get their championship rings, but again, so did Hideki Matsui, and boy, the ovation was terrific. They all gathered around him for a hug, and then you get down to business, and Matsui acknowledging this standing ovation when he comes to the plate for the first time in the top half of the first. A man aboard, but Matsui couldn't come through, couldn't check himself there against Andy Pettitte, and it's a strikeout. Bottom of the first, it's Nick Johnson, and Johnson going to work. A solo homer to right off Irvin Santana, no doubt about it. That's his first since rejoining the Yankees, made it 1-0. Bottom half of the third, they tack on one more. Derek Jeter, opposite way. Out into the bullpen and gone. His first home run of the year makes it a 2-0 Yankees lead. Top of the fourth, Andy Pettitte continues to lock down the Angels hitters, facing Howie Kendrick. 3-2 pitch, and he gets him outside part of the plate. Beautiful spot there. Bottom of the fourth now, Yankees have the bases loaded. Jeter with a grounder that bounces off Santana, so they can't make the play at first. It's an infield single that scores Curtis Granderson, and the Yankees have a 3-0 lead. Now on to the top of the fifth. 2 on, 2 out. Pettit getting out of trouble. About the only jam he got into. Torrey Hunter grounds out to Jeter, and that's it. Still 3-0. Top 6 now. Runners at the corners. Pettit escaping another jam. An inning-ending double play. That was also Pettit's last pitch of the day. 6 scoreless innings for Andy. Bottom of the 6th. 2 out, bases loaded. Alex Rodriguez going to add to the hit parade. Grounding one off. Jason Bolger. Brandon Wood can't make the diving play, so 2-run score. Swisher, Johnson are in. It's 5-0 Yankees. But as we saw late in the game, the Angels did make a bit of a game of it. Down 7-1, top of the 9th, and Bobby Abreu connects off David Robertson. That is a grand slam that made it 7-5, made it a little cozy, made it necessary to bring Mariano Rivera in to close the game. That's exactly what Mo did. As we see the final out here facing Hideki Matsui. And Matsui popping one up, and that would be your ball game. So again, the Angels challenge, they always seem to do that against the Yankees, but Mo slams the door, picks up the save, and the Yankees get the 7-5 victory, improving to 5-2 on the season. Now let's see are his post-game comments at the podium.
Andy, you said yesterday you were going to try and figure out how to get the ring and then get ready for the game. Obviously you did. What was that like?
It was good. It was half-hearted, but you just run out there. But I wanted to go out there and get it. I'm such a creature of habit. Anything that's kind of out of the ordinary kind of breaks my routine up. So, but it was good. It was great to go out there. It was great to get it. It was great to just, as much as I tried not to pay attention to what was going on and thinking about the game when I started my warm-ups and stuff like that, just see Matsui get his ring, and then the guys, I'm out there warming up. I'm like, man, I'd like to be in that huddle and giving him a hug, right now and stuff like that. So just a great time before the game, and I was just thankful I was able to give us a good start. This game, with the ring ceremony, it's almost, as pressure-wise, I almost felt more pressure than a World Series game, because unless it's a Game 6 or a Game 7, that's it. You have another game, but, this was just a special day for our organization, for the fans, and for our team, and you want to win it. And so, you definitely putting a lot of pressure on yourself out there to give us a good start.
Ron, sorry.
What was going through your head? 1 minute you want to give Matsui a hug, and then 5 minutes later you got to figure out how to get the ball by him. And
yeah, it's pretty easy once he steps in the batter's box. Then it just wanted. Also, I realized obviously y'all saw that the fans wanted to give him him to tip his hat, and just felt like he deserved that, so I stepped off the mound. And that was another good moment for him. Then again, as soon as he steps in the box, it's just put your head down and just you better make good pitches to him, and fortunately I was able to make some, good quality pitches to him today.
Based on what you know of him as a person, what was the pattern in your mind of what to throw him?
Well, really no different than any other hitter, You try to get ahead and you try to expand the zone, You try to make something look like a strike and then make it look like that's really a ball. So, and you hope that your stuff's quality enough that you can get him to swing at it and you can keep him off balance enough, and hopefully you're one step ahead of him, So, that's what I try to do, and fortunately enough, I was able to make some good pitches to him today.
Joel?
Andy, it's something that's existed for a while, but I wonder if you could, in your words, say why you're so good at being able to execute in a big spot, runners on base, like you did all day, and specifically what you do on the last batter to get the double play.
Well, man, Joel, really, I don't know, except maybe I have the opportunity to do it an awful lot because I give up a lot of hits, and I feel like that, I usually don't go through a whole lot of games without being in trouble in certain innings, and I have to make quality pitches, and that was a big pitch for me in that last the one to get, I think, Kendricks to hit into the double play, because I was searching. I wasn't getting the ball down. I don't know if I made a good pitch that whole inning until I threw that ball right there, but it's just it's the will to sit out there and say I'm not giving in. I'm going to make a pitch here. No matter how many bad ones I threw in a row, it's like if you can make a pitch here, you're out of this inning, you know. And that's just my mentality, and that's my mindset. It's just always how it's been, and fortunately, you know, I was able to make some good pitches today to get out of some jams.
Well, not only just good, some very good ones today. And, you know, full disclosure, Jack and I were up in the press box watching part of the game, and I think we were about the 4th or 5th inning, and he was pitching very well. And you said, you know, let's be honest, he indicated to you, he kind of hinted going into the season, maybe this was the end of the road for him last season. And you said, boy, if he keeps pitching like this, how could you not think strongly about coming back? And, boy, great offense behind him, too.
2 starts out of the box, Bob, and he looks great so far this year. I agree with you. If he can keep this going for 6 months, it's a long season. He'll be the first to tell you. But he came into camp leaner. His elbow feels great, and he battles. And he talked before about how, you know, I get in trouble. I get guys in scoring position. I get runners on base, and I figure ways out of it. So you're right. But my counter to you will be, don't forget, Mike Messina a couple years ago won 20 games and walked away.
But I will say this, compared to 2 seasons ago, you brought up a great point. His elbow last season and this season felt very good. Not even a thought when he takes the mound. That's got to be very comforting to him.
I think it is, and I think he actually thought his career was done after 2006. He didn't think he'd be able to even lift that elbow and throw a ball. Everything he has been able to attain since then, he kind of considers it gravy. So you're right, this could be another good season for him, and then we'll have to see what happens after it's over.
All right, manager, 4th overall. You go out, you throw a little BP to your son. That's what Joe Girardi's doing right now. We're going to break it down. Dante out there, he's taking some good swings, Jack. I'm not so sure about the pitcher, though.
I tell you what, I like the swing, but the pitcher looks to me like he's maybe throwing it at about mid-50s, trying to get some cutting action on that pitch, and it's not working out. Dante's taking him deep. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. As Andy Pettit would say, looks like he's searching for his pitches a little bit. Let's see if he gets one here, because Dante, we have seen, can clock him, and he got a hold of one there. Look, one more. Let's stick with the one. Oh, okay. Anyway, Johnson, let's hear from him.
I'll take that one back. Well, why don't you tell us about your first home run here at this Yankee Stadium as a Yankee?
Great. Just got a good pitch to hit over the middle and try to put a good swing on it. It was fun.
What did you make of today's pregame ceremonies as you looked on?
Awesome. Hopefully we can do it again this year. This year. But it was awesome and just happy for the guys.
When you walk and Swisher's walking, Teixeira had to walk, Posada, can you just tell the pressure you're putting on that pitching staff? And ultimately, those runs mattered a whole lot in this game.
Yeah, just got a lot of guys that like to see a lot of pitches and make the pitcher work. And when we get a pitch, try not to miss it. I don't think anybody's up there just looking for a walk. But everybody's got their own approach and, try to swing at strikes.
All right, so there's the game. Everybody kind of anticipating the rings, but they want to get the game in, and then after the game.
Good moods all the way around. Lots of stories today, guys. Everything happened pregame that could happen. George Steinbrenner gets his ring from Joe Girardi and Derek. Matsui gets a fake ring, and then the real one from Joe Girardi. And, of course, Gene Monahan coming out in an emotional scene on the field. Particularly emotional for Gino and for the Yankee players and coaches. So a big day in Nick Johnson and Curtis Granderson, who we don't have on tape, but I just listened in. You heard both guys say it was great to see the Yankees get rings for what they accomplished last year and what we're trying to do this year. Again, because they'd like to get a ring themselves next time around.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the Yankees kind of moving forward now. I mean, a good win against the Angels. Got a little dicey in the end, but, these are some of the wins that they're going to have to get hanging on. Maybe they didn't want to see Mo, but ultimately they did see Mo today.
Yeah, and David Robertson, again, we don't have him on tape. I did talk to David. He was kicking himself, as you can imagine. I said, what was the pitch to Abreu? He said, a fastball cut in too much. He was trying to go away. And he looked at me and he goes, but he's a really good hitter. So maybe when you give up a grand slam, you still win the game, and it's a really good hitter who hit the grand slam, you kind of give yourself a pass. I think Robertson was trying to do that today.
Kim, we've talked so much about Matsui today, but Nick Johnson is the guy who is now, he's the Matsui of this year. He's the DH. What did he think about all the attention Matsui got, and did he feel like, hey, I'm going to come out here and show everybody what I can do?
He said he's a great player. He's a great guy. But if you're Nick if you're the guy that replaced the guy that got the loudest ovation today, who's beloved, who the teammate, everyone loves him. Who doesn't like Matsui? For a minute or two, Nick Johnson had to be going, wow, what did I get myself into? But then he gets another walk, or he gets his first home run here. Again, second time around, first run in this ballpark, home run in this ballpark, and things look pretty good for Nick Johnson. So there had to be a minute, though, where he was saying, wow, they really love Hideki Matsui, because they do.
And you know what I like, Bob, about Nick Johnson, that he had the ability to do this. His walk-up song today was Miley Cyrus, Party in the USA, and he did that for his 4-year-old
Yes,
daughter,
for
Brianna.
his daughter.
So whatever abuse he took from his teammates, that's his walk-up song.
Yeah, as soon as he said it was for his daughter, you could even see the reporters around him go, oh. Because they were kind of hoping he was going to say, well, I love Miley Cyrus, and I don't care
I
who
asked
knows
Jack,
it.
Kim, I said, why is he playing Miley Cyrus? And now
Yeah.
we know.
Now we know.
That's good to know. Want to talk to Mo just a short time ago. Let's listen in.
You know that he was given a fake ring, and then they had to give him the real one during intros. Did you like that deal?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. It was great. He was on the line with the ring. It was wonderful. I mean, that's kind of players that Masui is, you know, those type of players that, you know, you never stop loving them.
As well as you know these fans, Mariano, did you expect that he would get the kind of ovation he did?
Oh, definitely. I was waiting for that, definitely. You know what I mean? It's nothing less than that for him, you know. He definitely needed that.
And when it comes to Gino, did it mean a lot to you players to see that it clearly touched him to be here today?
It means a lot. It means the whole world for us. You know what I mean? Knowing that he's battling cancer and being today for us here, I mean, it's tremendous. And hopefully God protects him, and he will be with us real soon.
You know, it almost reminds you of last season. Andy getting the win, Jeter has a big hit, you get the save, or you close it out, and of course Posada. The core four still contributing in big games for this team, including the home opener.
Yeah, I mean, we have to do what we have to do. You know, I mean, that's why we're here, and we have to respond in adversity, and that's one of the games that we played today.
You know, it's funny when you asked that question, it looked like he was almost kind of going, yeah, we can still play a little bit of baseball.
That's exactly.
The old guys can still play.
Exactly what I thought. But Jack, you know this about Andy for sure, and I think we all know it could be true about Mariano. When I talked to him last week in Boston, he suggested it could be his last year as well. There is a chance this was the last home opener that will include the core four. A chance. So I do think there will be special times throughout the season, certainly not every day or every series or even every week, but where we do ask them to reflect upon the collective job they do. Because I think we should appreciate them all while they're still here. And today, all of them contributed in very big ways.
I'm just going to assume that none of the core four were walking around with the ring on their thumb today. Is that fair to say?
If Jeter had given us an extra minute in pregame, I wanted to ask him if he got this one fitted for the thumb. Like the Steelers,
right.
One for the thumb. He has it now, but he has them all in a box somewhere, and he'll get them out when he's retired, like he always tells us.
Was there one guy that gave an interesting answer in terms of what he was going to do with the ring?
You know, I just thought Jabba Chamberlain giving it to his father, Harlan, who I think we've all gotten to know at least a little bit here on the Yes Network, and who I did see in the tunnel leading to the clubhouse before the game. And Jabba had told the media yesterday he was going to give it to his father. He told me today. Harlan didn't know when I talked to him, and I didn't give it away. So there is a chance that tonight Harlan Chamberlain is surprised when he gets that ring, and I guarantee you he shed some tears.
All right.
So I think that was the best story.
Well, let's just hope that maybe he wasn't paying
not watching
attention.
the postgame. Not watching our postgame.
He wasn't watching
busy
us,
doing
I guess.
something else. All right, we're going to take a break 1 week. We've had a chance to talk to Alex Rodriguez. You see him putting the ring on there. I think we're going to get some impressions from Alex on that rock when we come back. And he talked about it with the media just a short time ago.
Alex, what was the moment like for you, grabbing the ring, being a part of the ceremony, being a Yankee today?
What was the first part, Bruce? I'm sorry.
What was it like just being a part of the ceremony today?
It was really a dream come true. I mean, I felt like a 10-year-old boy out there. And to be really honest, I was more nervous going out to receive my ring from Joe than I was all of last year during the postseason run. It was very exciting.
We got Alex Rodriguez here, Kenny, and then Dom.
Alex, how much of Nick Johnson you seen prior to this year, and just what do you think of his approach hitting in general?
Well, I mean, he's a high on-base percentage guy. We've seen that. We've seen that all of his career. I haven't had a chance to play, obviously, with him or against him much in my career, but he's got a great eye at the plate, has a really good idea of what he wants to do with the baseball, and he's working out well so far at the number 2 spot.
Dom and then Ron.
Alex, can you talk about seeing Gino today and what that meant to see him get his ring with everyone else?
Well, I know that was a big lift for our team today. I know a lot of us was very happy to see him and relieved, and you know, that to me was one of the nicest moments of the whole afternoon was, you know, Gino's a rock, and he's a guy that we look up to, and he's been here for, you know, 3 or 4 decades. And it was a big lift for us to see him, and I know we just gave him a lot of love today.
Ron, right next to him. Alex.
Alex, as you picked up the box from Joe and then you sort of picked it up and you kissed it and waved it to the crowd, what was going through your mind as you did that?
Well, I mean, it's been 17 years, you know, working really hard, and you know, it's a very difficult process to win a world championship, and to be a part of it. And you know, I guess today we brought closure to last year, and it just felt really good. It's a day that I'll never forget, and just very happy about it.
All right, so Alex gets his first ring, and obviously, I mean, what a great moment for him, Kim, knowing that he's had a lot of individual awards, but he's got the team award now.
Yep, and it means so much to him. He will never be called unclutch again. I know I've used that line before, but it will remain true forever. So you'll hear it again from me, and I know that Alex feels a great weight off his shoulders having that ring on his finger.
And you think about it.